Oh, I'm sorry. We are going to call this commission meeting on November 21st, 2024 to order. Can we get a roll call, please?
Sure. I'm sorry. Mayor Grunder,
Here.
Vice Mayor Miller,
Here.
Commissioner Bloodsworth,
Here.
Commissioner Howell,
Here.
Commissioner Whites.
Here.
We will do our invocation followed by the pledge, and our invocation will be given by Commissioner Miller.
Father, on tonight, we just give you praise. We give you glory and honor. Father, on tonight, we ask that you would just bring peace in the city, God, that you would unite us as one, and that we would come together and make good decisions that will impact the whole community. In Jesus' name we do pray. Amen.
Amen. Okay, moving on to approval of the agenda.
I make a motion that we approve the agenda.
Second.
It has been properly moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Now moving on to the approval of consent agenda.
I make a motion that we approve the consent agenda.
A second.
It has been properly moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. We have no special presentations this evening. Moving on to unfinished business. First, we will discuss, consider, and act on declaring the heavy rescue surplus.
Commissioners, we have our numbers from that we brought for you last week. We have updated those to reflect the current numbers that we have. Let's see. So the offer on the table is from Clay County for $740,000. The current payoff on the heavy rescue with our December payment made on December 15th is going to be $553.88. If you decide to take the offer from Clay County for $740,000, that will give us a net surplus from the sale of $189,612. The savings in insurance will give us estimated 9-month savings of $3,656, which will give us a net available for purchase of $193,268. So I guess the first thing we need to do is determine if we're going to allow this vehicle to be surplused. Any questions?
Any questions from commissioners? How, if we go to another heavy rescue later, say 5 years from now, what's the projection in cost?
Good question. The way inflation is right now, we're probably looking 1.5, maybe 1.7 million, somewhere in that general range. And that's just a guess. It depends on what equipment, what configuration, what the need of it is, what we're going to use it for. Are we going to put water on it? If it was my choice, that heavy rescue would have had a pump and a tank. So it could have been used for firefighting also. It would have gave us more ISO points. It would have been a little bit more beneficial for us. So down the road, if we open a second station and that's the route we want to go, that's probably the direction we would go in. So without, having a crystal ball, I really can't tell you exactly how much that would run us as far as inflation goes when it comes to apparatus.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
How many heavy rescues are there currently in Alachua County, including ours?
One, I believe, Heavy Rescue 23.
So in all of Alachua County?
Yeah, which is Alachua Counties. Now, Gainesville Fire Rescue does have a similar piece of apparatus, but it's not a heavy rescue.
Okay, so taking ours out of it, there's one heavy rescue that services the entire county.
That's correct.
Okay. And do they anticipate moving that heavy rescue to the new fire station off of 235? Do we know?
I don't believe they do. don't believe they anticipate doing that. I do believe they anticipate at some time in the future putting a Quint, which is an aerial apparatus there. But
got a
no, I
Quint
don't
down in
believe
Newberry.
I don't believe there's any plans to put a heavy rescue at that location. It'll be an
Newberry
engine
has
and a rescue.
Newberry has a Quint, right?
Yeah, Newberry also has a Quint. Yep. Actually, that's that's our closest Quint to us
Okay.
is Newberry's.
Couple other questions, if I may, sir.
Yep, please.
If if we sell this and we purchase it with what has been proposed, does that have a negative impact on the fire department's ISO rating?
No, ma'am.
Does it have a negative impact on response time for any kind of response from the fire station?
No, actually, I think it's going to actually help our response times because it'll be able to get down roads that the heavy can't get down currently. So it may actually increase our ability to get there quicker.
And the same question I asked before, does this in any way affect Little Kim's ability to save the dog from the sinkhole?
No.
So
No,
Little Kim
we'll
can
still have the
get
same
dog.
amount of equipment, the same types of equipment. It'll just be on a smaller vehicle. It may not be the entire complement of what we have on our current heavy now, but it'll be everything we need to do to execute those kinds of rescues. We'll still be able to provide that level of service with that smaller vehicle.
So since this proposed replacement can actually access more residents, our ability to take care of our own probably increases.
I would say so.
Okay.
Does it have a pump on it? The
No,
new
this
truck?
one does not have a pump
No,
either.
The new truck. Will the new truck have a pump?
No,
on it,
sir.
hoses? If our engine is about the same size as the heavy, right? So,
It's a little smaller and a little lighter.
but it isn't unable to access certain roads.
There are some residences. We just responded to a residence the other day, and we were barely able to get the brush truck down there, and it was a mobile home, and it's unfortunate, but we would have to stop short and drag hose lines into it or run the brush truck as a suppression unit in order to put that house out. I was actually on that call. I was working that day on the truck. There's no way we're going to get even our engine down there. So there are some areas that we probably couldn't even get our engine down. So, and in those instances, we know that those are flagged, so we would actually respond to our brush truck with our engine, and the brush truck would actually act as the engine, and then we'd run hoses to it to supply water to it.
My concern is this, and it is that it almost feels as if we're going backwards because we came out of a vehicle like and I wasn't here for when we purchased the two new vehicles. I know it was during 2020, and we couldn't get one at one time, or we had to postpone it. But it feels like with going back, we had that Kenworth or whatever the truck was that we had gotten from Columbia County. That was
Yeah.
kind of like the same kind of thing as what we're kind of moving toward getting back into. And I just feel as though, and fire's not my purview at all. That's your specialty. But I just feel like we're almost going backwards in the wrong direction in equipment when I feel like we're going to do nothing but grow. We know we have 2,500 new homes coming. We know that we're going to probably have to have a substation out there for at least police and I'm hoping even fire. And I'm hoping to get, I don't know. And it does concern me that we would get rid of the heavy, and then if we did have people trained up on it, we would then lose a heavy for the county, and I'm sure we could help Columbia County and Gilchrist County and other counties if they needed an apparatus like the heavy. I don't know. I almost feel like we're going backwards, and it concerns me just a little bit.
No, I understand your concern. We don't intend to minimize the amount of equipment that we have. The only thing we're really going to be losing with this new vehicle is the cascade system, and we have resources for that. Very rarely, I think that truck's been used 3 times for actual air for that purpose only. And we have those capabilities at our fire station. We have the capabilities with the county to come, and anything we go on, vehicle fires, structure fires, things like that, we're going to be supported by other areas also. So it's not like we're going alone. So we have the resources there. We're really not going to lose any equipment. We're really not going to lose services by downsizing. We're just trying to get a vehicle that's more practical. Now, if we wanted to keep the heavy, if that's what you choose to do, is to keep the heavy, I'm going to have to ask that we purchase another vehicle to handle the majority of our EMS type calls, Because if we don't have another vehicle, we're just going to beat that heavy up to a point where it's not going to make it to the next substation. Taking it down some of these smaller roads, getting it stuck, and things like that, it's just not practical. And all it's doing is shortening the life of that heavy rescue. And that's a lot of money to shorten the life of. So, if you choose to not surplus the heavy and you choose not to sell it, then we're going to have to regroup and try to find something that will allow us to handle the majority of the medical calls and get there faster without having to change vehicles or having to walk down driveways and roadways in order to get to some of the residents. So that's just a thought process, because we can't continue to beat up the heavy the way we are. So
I agree, and part of the idea was brought up that possibly purchasing something like a F-150, completely decking it out, four-wheel drive, would help us during the times that we need, the hurricanes and whatnot, can run all the medical calls. Would something like that be appropriate for an ALS system? We
could, but you got to remember also, if you do that, if that vehicle is say it's on a rescue call down on 202 Street, let's say that it's down on 202 Street, and you have a technical rescue call in town. When that truck clears, that F-250 or F-150 clears, it's going to if there's not a crew in the station, they're going to have to go back to the station, get the heavy, then drive it to the technical rescue area. That's a delay in response. With the new medium duty rescue we're going to have, they can clear the medical call as soon as the ambulance gets there, take that medium duty rescue to that technical rescue, and still execute that technical rescue without delay.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
So you're talking about the heavy going down these roads and it beating it up.
Mm-hmm.
These are the same roads this medium's going to go down. Is it going to do the same thing?
No, because the medium duty is a little bit lighter, it's smaller, and it's four-wheel drive. It's more equipped for those kind of things. It's not as wide, so it can get down those roads a little bit better. And the four-wheel drive makes it a game changer, because if you can put that in four-wheel drive, there are some roads where we'll definitely be able to get down.
Any other questions from commissioners? Yeah, please.
Chief, if we go the route of getting the medium rescue, with the agreement with the Alachua County, are we hampering any agreement, any contractual issues whatsoever?
No, we're basically replacing a heavy rescue with a medium duty rescue. We're keeping the same amount of services. We're keeping the same amount of personnel on it. It's not going to change our ISO rating. To your question, Commissioner Whites. The ISO considers our heavy rescue a utility vehicle. That's what it's classified as far as ISO. When we go to this medium duty rescue, it's still going to be classified as a utility vehicle. My goal for ISO is to lower our ISO rating by 1 point by the end of next year. And I'm diligently working on that. I've gotten the information I need to sew up to make that happen when we have our reevaluation. And it's my hope that by next year, our ISO rating will be a 3 instead of a 4, which will bring savings to the residents instead of cost increase.
And also, since I-75 is not in our city limits, is it our responsibility to have to go? Now, we can assist, right? But it is not our number one first call is going to us to go to I-75.
Correct. For the most part, right now, when we respond to I-75, it's our engine that goes to I-75. Because all vehicle accidents require some kind of rescue vehicle and a engine of a water supply or water source. So for the most part, most of our responses to I-75 currently are our engine and our tanker, or just our engine to back up Alachua County. Very rarely is the squad actually called to the interstate. Now, if it was a full-blown, if we had it classified as a heavy, it may make more responses to the interstate. But in my personal opinion, the more time we spend on the interstate is the less time I have people in the station to take care of our residents.
Exactly.
We're taking care of I-75 people instead of our residents. And my commitment's always been to the citizens of this city. I love helping everybody else out, and I'm willing to do it. We have a contract to do it. But my first priority is to the residents of the city.
With the new station being built at 235A there, will some of those responses are going to change since they're moving the station out that way?
There's a good possibility that'll happen. It's going to be hard to see. That's why we signed a 1-year contract with the county, because we want to kind of evaluate how that's going to affect our response times and how many responses that we get paid for into the county. We cover almost 65 square miles of the county. So we cover a lot of territory. So it's going to be interesting to see just how much that affects us. I feel that station will be even more on the interstate because they'll be so much closer to the interstate. They'll be running more calls on the interstate, and I feel like they'll be running more back into Alachua rather than running into our area. Now, on the positive side, it's going to put an engine closer to our residents, so we have a 2-engine response to a structure fire, so it's going to make that so much nicer to know.
And with us being here at this moment, the truck search committee is on board with everything you're telling us.
Yes, sir.
And the firefighters are on board with everything 100%.
The firefighters are 100% the people that have made these decisions. We have a truck committee for a reason, and I formed the truck committee for a reason. I don't believe in being the sole person that makes decisions on what these guys do. They're the ones that are operating these vehicles every day. They're the ones that are doing the job. So I formed a truck committee when we very first started this whole process, and that truck committee is going to continue because we're eventually going to need a new tanker. It's getting to a point where we're going to need that replaced fairly soon. So that truck committee will make those decisions, and the truck committee as a whole has made these decisions and recommended these things that we're putting forth to you.
Mr. Mayor, if I may. So let me elaborate on that a little bit, Commissioner Bloodsworth, I went and talked to every shift, every firefighter that I could, every officer I could, and I took Mayor Grunder with me one day. The firefighters, a majority of them are on board. The truck committee that was in charge of this project is on board. However, there are some firefighters that make valid points on why not to get rid of it, but a majority of the firefighters I talk to are on board to get rid of it. But when we say they're 100% on board, not all of them are. No decision will ever be 100%. But I want to let you know there are some firefighters that advocate for keeping the truck, but a majority say to get rid of it.
Right, okay. Good deal. Thank you, Chief.
So we may get, if we go back to it being a heavy, we may get more opportunity up on the interstate. And the reason I say that is because it's costing us $1 million to transfer to run this fire department. The more times we run out to that interstate is the more money we make. And I understand we want, and I do too, I want our citizens taken care of first, but that's a pretty hefty check every time we run that truck out somewhere.
I can't guarantee how many calls will increase on the interstate, or if we will even increase on the interstate. Like I said, the majority of our calls on the interstate right now are the engine, because they're vehicle fires and things like that. The heavy wouldn't go to a vehicle fire. The engine would, and the engine and the tanker would go to a vehicle fire. Vehicle accidents, sure, they might go to those, but they're kind of proud of their heavy too, so they like to respond it first before they call for anybody else. So it's not a guarantee that if we reclassify it back as a heavy, we'll run more to the interstate. That's not a guarantee by any means. And it's really closest unit response too. If our heavy's closer, then we'll go. If their heavy's closer, then they'll go. So it's not a guarantee.
Right.
We've had open conversations with the county fire chief, Chief Diaz.
Yes, yeah.
I can never pronounce his name right. We don't know what this new station's gonna bring. So when we were going through negotiating the contract with the county, that's why we only did it for 1 year, because if I committed to a 3-year contract and then we see that our service calls drastically lowered, we would put ourselves in a bad situation. With the open dialogue with the county chief, we decided on a 1 year because he doesn't know either. And I don't think it's gonna drop that much, but I don't have a crystal ball either. So we don't know what that new station looks like. So we're gonna be up to renegotiate that contract here in a few months, about 6 months. And I'm gonna advocate again for another 1 year contract. That way we would have at least 1 year of data to go off of for the next year when we budget, and we know better what that contract looks like. That contract's not gonna go away. Alachua is still gonna need us. Alachua County I feel will always need us, to take, cause like you said, we cover 65 miles of county. That's a lot of county to cover. But there is a very big unknown that what is that station gonna look like as far as that contract? Cause when we go into Alachua County, we get paid about $730.
865.
$865 every time we go out there. However, if we're out there doing a call and then a call happens in the city and Alachua has to come into the city, we pay them.
It's a wash. If we're in the county, they come to the city, it's a wash.
Yeah. So we don't know what that contract, so we will be advocating, I think the county fire chief, Chief Theus, is amenable to doing another 1-year agreement, so we both know what the data looks like, so he can make a contract that looks good for the county, while we can advocate for a contract that looks good for us.
And that, we keep talking about that fire station in Alachua. They're gonna close down the old one, right?
Mhm.
They're not gonna double up fire stations.
No, they're closing
It
the
should
old
be
one.
about the same. They're still gonna respond. They're not that, they're like, what, a mile or two away from each other, if that?
I don't think it's gonna,
It's,
I don't think it's gonna change that much.
I don't think it change
but
anything.
I don't think it, I don't wanna say that, cause then if
Right.
I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
Right.
But that's why we're being cautious and only did the 1-year contract. But to your point, if you had to ask me what my crystal ball shows, I don't think it's gonna be much change at all, with it being so close to the old station.
You wanna open it up for public comment? I don't know, I think we can get a motion after. Right, we can do that, right?
Good evening, everyone. Ross Ambrose, you received my letter this week, and I appreciate Commissioner White's responding. Good discussion you're having. Good questions you're asking. I've been attending meetings like this in the commission chambers and then online possible since 2002. I've been to a lot of budget workshops, and I've seen the challenges that commissioners have. The only people that have probably been to more budget workshops in this room are Antoine and Angela. I've got a lot of history on how we've built the fire department since I've lived here in High Springs. Why we ended up adding a tax to citizens and why they gladly accepted it for the fire assessment fee, and why we moved to advanced life support here in High Springs and fought for that when only the county allowed Gainesville to do that, because the county wasn't taking care of us and we were having terrible response times with their backup. 1/3 of our budget comes from that fire assessment, or did, and approximately 1/3 used to come from the county, reducing general revenue, which gave you money to do other things in the larger budget. Every time you take a slice at that, or you devalue what the assessment, which you're reassessing this year, might happen, it's going to cause some big decisions come this fall. You also have a lot of years of data on how the call volume and the number of times trucks were dispatched at the same time was occurring. So you've got that data to compare with what's happening now. Florida League of Cities has stressed to leadership that they should be planning for not just the normal growth, but an exceptional growth pattern for the next decade because of the peak of the retirement of the baby boomers and what's happening. We're already experiencing that in this area of Florida. We've always followed a strategic plan to meet expectations and handle growth and been ahead of the curve. Citizens have really high expectations for what we can do with our department and the response times that we've offered. Part of our success is always working to increase longevity in the department and reduce turnover. If citizens invest in training in a firefighter and they're here and they become familiar with the community and then they find a need to leave, that hurts that investment. Citizens don't get anything back for that investment. And if you have a well-equipped fire department in a small town, it's very attractive to a firefighter to come to a small town and possibly make it their career here in High Springs versus moving to a bigger department with more opportunities. Adding an ALS vehicle was a great conversation that I hadn't heard before, and you guys talked about doing that. And maybe that's what we should do where that truck doesn't go out that often. Because frankly, even if a cascade system only gets used 3 times in 2 years, I bet you there's a lot of equipment on some of our trucks that only actually gets put to use a few times a year. So previous truck decisions were also made by staff. And if I could have another 45 seconds, that's fine. If I can't,
sorry.
that's fine.
No, thank you.
I appreciate following the rules and doing that rather than randomly extending time. Thank you.
Yes, sir. And I should have opened that up. It's going to be 3 minutes for items on the agenda, and then for the topic of citizen comments for issues not on the agenda is 5 minutes. But we gladly ask you to respect the 3 minute and 5 minute timeline.
My name's Rick Testa. I was with the Dade County Fire Department, as some of you know, for almost 30 years. And one of the things, Mr. Mayor, that you said a minute ago about this particular piece of apparatus, you got to remember it's a special piece of apparatus. And firemen are like policemen. We love to play with the toys. They can't give us enough stuff to play with. Dade County was faced with a similar situation, but on a much bigger scale at one time. And the argument became ridiculous. It was, buy helicopters. If you buy helicopters, we can get to the scene much quicker and fly over all the traffic and land on a hospital and, you know, go to a trauma surgeon and save a patient. That argument raged for years. The firemen wanted the helicopters. I would love to be a helicopter pilot and get paid for it. I worked on the helicopters. I jumped out of the helicopters on water rescue calls. It was exciting and fun, and I got paid to do it. It cost the taxpayers an unimaginable amount of money to purchase the helicopters. Then every single person on the helicopter has to be trained at a level that you can't wrap your head around. Year after year after year, the cost of the helicopter. It's a specialty piece of equipment. Did Dade County need helicopters? Less than 1% of their calls today are helicopter-related calls. And the county has paid billions of dollars for the maintenance, the training. This sounds like I'm going off into science fiction, but it relates to exactly what the chief's talking about. You have a specialty piece of equipment that's almost unusable most of the time, and you have to train each fireman as a specialist. It costs the county the city money to train each of those people on that specialty piece of apparatus. They don't have to have specialty training to be on a pumper or a brush truck. So you have to keep in mind that every time we, the people, the taxpayers, say, well, we'd like to have a better piece of equipment or helicopters, sometimes you all have to make some decisions to keep the costs down, get the most for your money, and remember, as soon as you get a hazmat truck or a helicopter or a heavy rescue truck, or even rescue trucks now with ALS, as soon as, Mr. Ambrose mentioned, as soon as the city went to ALS, you have to certify all the firemen that go on ALS calls as paramedics. That costs a whole lot more money than a BLS call, like a emergency technician, any of the first responder ratings. So the costs go up and up and up once you get into these specialty trucks. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Any follow-up questions from commissioners? Any motions?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we declare the heavy rescue surplus, with my thanks to Chief Peters and the leadership that he showed in forming the truck committee. I think that shows profound leadership. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Second.
We have a motion to surplus the heavy. It's been properly moved and seconded. Angela, this is just a regular vote, right? I don't know all my votes yet, guys. We'll figure it out tonight. Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Surplus will happen, 3-2. Okay, Chief, you're still up.
Okay.
Discuss, consider, and act on accepting an offer from Clay County to purchase the heavy rescue.
Okay. We have Chief Boers here from Clay County.
Thanks for coming back, sir.
So their offer is for $740,000. We went over the numbers already once, so basically, if there's any questions.
Any public comment?
If there aren't a lot of them on the market, and I've been told by E1 and current replacement cost is about $1.4 million. I understand it's 2 years old, but they say we haven't been using it very much. 140 seems pretty low.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask how many offers we got on this?
So, go ahead, Chief.
Clay County's is the main offer we've gotten. We've had some interest, but not much. It is like they said, it's a used heavy rescue, and I believe what we're selling it for is a little bit more than most used rescues are going for. So we're probably on the higher end of what most used rescues are going for. So
It comes down, when we put this out, the commission asked us to kind of look at the data about this. It was right when I first started. And that's what we're giving you is unbiased data. We put it out there, it's been out for sale. And we even have a broker that we were going to pay a percentage to. They've advertised it, we've advertised it and everything. In the initial, when you put something up on Facebook Marketplace, you're gonna get 20 messages in that first day. But that amount to anything, it died off. This is the only bona fide hard offer that we've got. And this is pretty much your prime time to decide, well, you already decided to surplus it. I don't think you're gonna get a better offer than what you see right here. To Mr. Ambrose's point, it is expensive to build a new one, but we've looked and I feel this is a fair offer. I'd like to get more. I was hoping more around the $875 mark. We did an appraisal. We thought that came in a little high. I think it came in at $825.
You said about 825,
825, 850. But it's been on, like you said, this is the only offer you got. If you decide not to accept it, which is perfectly acceptable, then since it's surplus, we'll just continue to hammer the advertising and hope we get a better offer.
Commissioners, will entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we accept Clay County's offer with our thanks to the chief for coming out here again.
Twice.
I second that motion.
Okay, been properly moved and seconded. All those in favor of accepting Clay County's offer, say aye. Oh, is it?
Nope.
That's all right. No, believe me, I'm learning too. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Congratulations, sir. You bought yourself a heavy. Thank you. No takebacks.
no take backs. We're just glad it's going to stay local, honestly, fairly local at least. So
At least you made him work for it. You made him come here twice.
yeah, well.
All right, Chief, one more time. Discuss, consider, and act on replacement vehicle options for the heavy rescue.
Okay, so the replacement vehicle options, we have started, the truck committee have decided on a new build for the medium duty rescue. So it'll be more specialized to be able to hold the majority of the equipment that we currently have on the heavy. We wanted to find a vehicle that would be able to accommodate that equipment, so we didn't reduce services at all. So we looked high and low. We did a whole lot of research on medium duty rescues, light duty rescues, and we found a medium duty rescue that really will suit this city for many years moving forward. It's 4-wheel drive. It's a little bit narrower. It's a little bit lighter, and it's got more than enough room to carry a lot of the equipment that is on that heavy rescue right now. If you walked around that heavy, there's a lot of dead space in that heavy rescue. So there's a lot of space where there's not equipment taking up space. So I think we can put the majority of our equipment on this medium duty rescue that we're looking to purchase. The total cost of that is around $280. I say around because there may be a few increases in pricing depending on when we can actually place an order on this vehicle. If we place the order before January 1st, we've got a really good opportunity to stay right in that 280 mark. If we wait until after January 1st to place the order on this vehicle, we may lose a chassis that that they have on hold for us right now, and then we would have to move to a 2025 chassis, and that could come with about a 25% increase in cost on that vehicle. So we're looking at that. The backup vehicle that you see there, that $35,000, we spoke about that last meeting. That's a vehicle that's ready right now. All we would have to do is say, yes, we can get that. We could go down. Now that the heavy surplus, we can't move it. Okay, that heavy now becomes out of service for us completely. So in order to put something back in service that has some of that equipment, so we don't reduce many services, that's why we're recommending the backup vehicle, that one that's listed up there for $35,000. We could probably get that on the road in less than a week. It's ready to go. We would just have to mount some tools on there, and then we would have a light duty rescue, which would have some of that equipment from the heavy on it, so we didn't reduce any services during that time. So in total, you're looking at a $315 purchase, with the amount available from the sale of the heavy rescue being $193,268. That would leave us with additional funding that we need at $121,732. And if Diane, if you don't mind talking about the financing options and things like that, she's been able to work some of those out for us.
If you want to go to the next slide,
Okay,
I think that'll
yep.
start that discussion.
Yep.
So we looked at 5 and 10-year terms, and we're assuming a 6% interest rate. I confirmed with our financial advisor that's reasonable for this analysis. These are estimates, of course, because, you know, depending on when you borrow, who you borrow from, exactly what you borrow, it will be, you know, could be a little bit different. We're assuming a 6% interest rate, but it could be higher or lower. And this is showing you what the payments are over the horizon. So the first column is fiscal year. So right now we're in fiscal year 25. The next payment date, because we know we're going to make the payment on the rescue on 12/15/2024. So we know we're going to make that payment. So that doesn't even need to be part of the analysis because it's not part of what we're comparing. So we're looking at the next payment cycle. So in the third column, you can see that's what we're currently paying for the heavy rescue. The payments are $83,839 per year. If we were to do the borrowing over 5 years and we borrow $125,000 to purchase the new trucks, then the payments would be under $30,000 a year for 5 years. And then the next column over, you'd see if we purchase the new trucks with a 10-year term, again at 6% for $125,000, the payments would be about $17,000 a year. I put on here, it's just up there for your information. An alternative, if you didn't want to borrow money, would be to use ARPA funds for one-time payment. I don't have an opinion either way. That would be entirely up to you. Any of these would save with our annual payments pretty significantly. The savings over time, so for this term that we're looking at through 34, I believe, we would save about $438,000 if we did a 5-year payment, or $417,000 over 10 years, or $461 because we wouldn't have any interest if we used ARPA funds that we have currently. And I do need to make an adjustment to the bottom box here. We have ARPA funds available. I did not include the $250,000 that you committed for the remediation, so that needs to come out of that. So we'd be left with just under $500,000 if we were to use the ARPA money for this. But again, any of those options is feasible. I prefer, you know, if I had to pick, I would not choose the 10-year, just because that's a lot of interest to pay. But obviously there'd be a pretty significant savings in the payments each year in the fire budget, which circles back to the general fund. So everything we save in the fire department means the general fund transfer to the fire department decreases by that amount. So to keep with our, you know, trying to keep the millage rate low, decrease it, or even if we change it, but that helps to serve to keep the millage rate lower by reducing the pressure on the general fund to help the fire department.
So we ran these numbers. I'm agreeing with Diane. If you choose, if you're asking recommendation, I choose the 5-year as well. Get it paid off and be done with it. I asked her to put ARPA on there because that is an option. Not real crazy about it, but it's a good option. The reason we put ARPA on there is those ARPA funds, by January 1st, we have to commit them. We have to, between now and December 31st, decide what we're gonna commit those ARPA funds for, because they go away at the end of 2026. So this is one of the things, if you wanted to commit ARPA funds to it, we could do that before December 31st. But over the next month, we're gonna be talking about what do we wanna do with these ARPA funds, because by December 31st, we have to commit those funds. So it is an option up there.
Could we do half and half? Could we finance half of it and then ARPA half of it?
Yes.
I'm
Yeah,
tired
we
of
can do
all money.
hybrids
We
of
can-
any
for that-
combination. These are just really to give you a ballpark feel. So if there's
Yeah.
something that you want different,
We can get
if you want to
creative.
do 7.5 years, you can't, you can do parts and pieces of each, yes.
That's a really, I didn't think about that. That's a really good idea, doing half and half. I really like that idea, because that gives us a chance to commit some of those ARPA funds and use it for a one-time purchase and lower the monthly or the yearly burden on us. I like that idea. I still would like to keep it on the 5 years and get it paid, especially if we're.
No, me too.
if we're, putting so much down.
And this, the truck we're purchasing with this would be, you said it could be a 10 to 15-year truck,
Oh, yeah, easily.
The new build.
the new build. Yeah, I'd love to have that. I'd love to be sitting on that thing, and then for the next,
Let me ask you a quick question, Chief. Let me ask you a quick question while we're on that. Can we go back to the light duty or the used truck that you're looking at buying? That's a 2008, I believe, right? But we sent firefighter Skinner down to take
Yeah,
a
that was
look
what
at
I
it.
wanted to know. I knew we had it set up to go visit and take a
He went
look.
down, he
walk
says
around.
it's a great truck, it's in clean condition, everything about it is great.
Firefighter Skinner's has an EVT certification, emergency vehicle technician certification. So we did send him down on Sunday to look at the vehicle and go through it with a fine tooth comb. He went down, he drove it, he started it, he looked through it. He said that truck is immaculate for what year it is. That truck was actually a City of Lakeland rescue at one time. I tried to reach out to Lakeland Fire to see if I can get a hold of their chief. I wasn't able to get a hold of him to ask some questions about it. But he said that truck is in immaculate condition. There's nothing wrong with it.
I can't remember, somebody asked me today, it might be a commissioner, if I step on your question, I apologize. Do we have any idea what the engine hours are on that?
We don't have the engine hours, but I can get that for you. We can definitely get that for you because we can call down there and find that out. I don't know. Do
How long
we have a
is this
picture
truck
of the
gonna-
dashboard at all?
Chief?
What's
how
that?
How long would this truck reasonably last us,
As-
this 2008,
As a backup vehicle,
as a backup?
5 to 10 years, easy, maybe
So
more.
We're looking at,
And
it's 5
here's the
years
thing
old,
about
yes,
both of these
so-
vehicles that we're talking about purchasing. As long as that back half of that truck stays nice, at any given time we could put a new chassis under it and still have a brand new vehicle. As long as that back part of that body stays fine, we can re-chassis either one of those trucks. So if we wanted to put that box on a 4-wheel drive down the road, we could easily do that. We could put a new chassis underneath that box. So it's something that
go out, we could then make that a 250 4-wheel drive and use it for
could.
the EMS.
I don't know if a 250 would carry that much weight, that much load.
450.
It would have to be a 450 or something like that. We could put a 450 4-wheel drive under it, and you'd have another rescue vehicle. So yes.
Mr. Mayor, may I?
Sir, yes, sir, please.
Chief, what's our maintenance cost has got to come way down going to both of these vehicles versus a heavy rescue?
Yeah, they
who
definitely come
maintenance-
down because you're not having to go to a large truck repair. I mean, these vehicles can go to your local Chevy dealer and be taken care of and maintained properly there. The Dodge that we have, our brush truck, unfortunately, that does have to go to a Stark, right? That has to go to Stark because that's the only Dodge dealership in the area that works on the 550s. But the Chevys, I mean, they can Chiefland. They can go to Chiefland and be worked on in Chiefland.
What year is our brush truck to compare from the 3500 or 450 there versus the brush truck? 22. Okay, so we got several years
Oh,
on
yeah.
that truck.
Oh, the brush truck's got plenty of years
And
left
that
in
body on the brush truck, is it transferable to another chassis as well?
it. Yep.
We're looking good on keeping those bodies if we take care of them.
Yeah.
And our firefighters do, they are out every morning doing, checks, what do you call it, preventive maintenance and checks. They are meticulous about their equipment.
I did notice the 450 is single cab. I'm assuming these
Yeah.
pictures are generating, that's a double cab.
The 450 is going to be a single cab vehicle, but generally speaking, we only run 2 people on medical calls anyway. So we don't really need a 4-door, but eventually we would like to put a different chassis on that box and make it a 4-door. But it doesn't have to happen now. That could serve us for a long time. When we do standbys like BMX, we're going to bring that up here shortly. BMX, that would be the vehicle that would stand out in BMX and have more equipment on it than the Tahoe that we used to drive over there to stand by. We would use that vehicle as a standby vehicle in the future
And
for
that's
things like that.
also a projection here is to get rid of the Tahoe, and this is going to help out with that, correct?
Yeah, it will definitely do that. Yeah.
I like it.
Any other questions?
Do you have any public comment?
Sorry, come on.
Brian Bisher, High Springs. Great discussion here. Really appreciate it. One thing that just came to my mind was the ARPA funds are also available for sewer infrastructure as well. And so that may be something that the city may want to consider given some issues coming up with infrastructure. Thanks.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir. I'll entertain a motion.
A motion that we move forward with the purchasing of the new vehicle.
Second.
I just want to clarify both vehicles.
Both vehicles.
Both vehicles.
In that motion, do we have to say the amount of
I would-
years?
I would like you to consider doing a not exceed amount. We have to get these things graphics and lights and whatnot. We gave you ballpark numbers. Whatever you guys feel comfortable with, but we need to determine, how you want to pay for it. Is it a 5-year, 10-year, paying ARPA, doing half ARPA, doing 5 years? How do you want to structure that? I think that needs to be in the motion as well.
I prefer 5.
Me too.
I prefer paying things off as quick as possible, and I'd like to do the 50%. I know it's not, I'm giving my opinion though, real quick. I like people to hear what I got to
I
say.
just want to help you through your motion.
Quick question, if we decide to go with the 5 years, could we pay it off early?
Good.
Okay. I move to purchase the new vehicle with a 5-year financing.
Are you using ARPA for half the down payment or no?
No.
Your motion, no, okay.
Second.
Okay. Been properly moved and seconded to move forward with buying both vehicles and paying 5 year, or paying them off in 5.
What's the
years.
no not to exceed limit?
What's everybody's flavor? Is that for both vehicles, or
Both
The-
vehicles.
is there wiggle room on that 35,000?
There is. The actual purchase price of that vehicle is a little under 28,000. So there is wiggle room there, and any money that because we have to mount tools and things in there. There's no mounts for the tools, so we would have to mount tools and things like that. We don't suspect it's going to take that much, so there is wiggle room there, so we could give back some of that money once we determine exactly how much we need to mount tools with. So yeah, there is wiggle room there.
So you could offer them like 25 and they may take it.
Well, we've already got them down to 28.
Oh, we
we've
talked
been
about-
we've been negotiating with them for
Okay.
about a week. So yes,
So you're proposing 35,000 is to equip with dual mounts
the
and
new
whatever?
yeah with the mounts and everything. That's the graphics. If we
And
decide
lights.
to change the
What
graphics,
we're just looking for is we're looking
So.
for authorizing us to spend a certain amount. If it comes out, like I said, these are numbers that we have for your ballpark. If it comes out to be a little bit more, we will come to the commission at that time. But we feel this is reasonable. It is part of your motion. I think we need a do not exceed amount, so I know how to move forward with it.
The
So-
medium.
The vehicle cost, the 280,000, does not include lights. does
no,
not-
that includes pretty much everything we need. Mounts, lights, everything. There may be some
Can you go back to
Additionals?
that slide, Chief?
The one for
numbers?
this one here?
The numbers.
Oh, that's the, let's go
The
back
one
this
you
way.
had up there, that graphic, yes.
Right.
This graphic here?
No.
No, that graphic there. 280 is what we have listed. The actual quote, I believe, is 279 something. So it's 279 and change. That includes most of everything we need. Like I said, there may be some incidentals that we'll have to use a little bit of more money for, but for the graphics, basically. So
How much are graphics for something that big?
I,
$3,000?
maybe $3,000. Yeah.
I'm thinking, just a suggestion, if you give us 325, 330, that gives us room, and whatever we don't spend, obviously, we're not gonna spend. Just,
Yeah.
I wanna be able to move through the process as easily as possible.
And we will be as frugal as possible with this
We
to
are-
make sure we're,
I think you guys know us well enough where frugal can be.
Can I,
You believe 325 is going to keep us in the ballpark and where we need to be, guys?
I think it's a great start, and if we.
I believe so.
If we end up become something more expensive, we can come to the commission. I have a contingency fund as well, but.
can I ask a quick question? The motion on the floor is to approve the purchase of the 2 vehicles, and we'll add a not to exceed number, but the motion does not include using ARPA funds. If through the course of the rest of this year, we're committing the rest of those funds, we could still choose to make a balloon payment using ARPA funds if that came up. So that doesn't necessarily limit us from not using it, it's just not right now.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay.
It's your last try.
One more
I motion that we move forward with the purchase of a new vehicle for 5-year financing not to exceed $135,000.
335.
230,
335.
325.
325.
325,000.
All right, do it again. No, I'm
Oh my God. Where's my card?
Second.
kidding. And that's for both vehicles, right?
Yes.
We have a motion. It's been seconded. And it's not a roll call, right? I'm gonna ask that like every time tonight. Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Oh,
We had
We already had it.
okay.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. I don't know what we bought. No, I'm just kidding. All right. Thanks, Chief.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving on to citizen requests and comments for issues not on the agenda. Please state your name for the record and limit comments to 5 minutes, please.
Good evening. My name is Joe Tillman. I'm the head flag football coach at Santa Fe High School. The reason I'm here is trying to get y'all's blessing and support to not only help me but support me. I am looking to start a youth flag football league here in the city of High Springs, both boys and girls. It'll be boys, all girls, and co-ed, from ages 4 all the way to 18. My history is I've played competitive flag football since 2007, a world champion, a national champion, and I was considered to be a part of the national team for Team USA prior to becoming what my profession, other than being a coach, is now. And I've had parents reach out to me numerous times from different counties begging me to start a league here in High Springs because they frequent the city. They have faith in me running a league. I'm also connected with the Jacksonville Jaguars. I've already been approved to start a NFL flag league here in the city of High Springs by the NFL flag organization, as well as being connected with the Jaguars and helping run numerous tournaments that the Jacksonville Jaguars host for us, being high school, youth, and co-ed. Go Jags, city manager. Had to throw that in there. I have the text from the parents that I could show. It's just something that the city deserves to have with the transition of concerns with tackle football, with CTE concerns, concussions, and whatnot. A lot of parents are moving to flag football. Flag football is proven to be the fastest growing sport in the world. Not only our country or our state, in the world. It's an Olympic sport in 2028. I am actually being vetted to hopefully be a coach on that roster. As of right now, I am a Team USA coach for our exhibition teams, where we have friendly matches with Mexico and other countries. So I've already been in talks with Jennifer Appleby. I believe I have her support. She's been phenomenal messaging me back. I messaged her last week. We exchanged some emails. All I would need, honestly, is the fields. I can handle officials, scheduling, everything. So all I would need is the fields. It would be very, very cost effective to every parent that puts their kids into it. It's extremely cheap. Be one of the lowest registration costs that we would have. High Springs used to have great athletics. I want to get it back to that, and I want flag football to be one of the sports that High Springs is known for, along with volleyball, soccer, flag football. Not too sure about t-ball or anything like that. This is my son, Baker. I want him to be able to play in this league. So, and it'll be a league where we don't need other cities to have the league. We play against each other. It's league teams. You have 10, 20, 30 teams. I've also held 2 adult tournaments here at the same fields that I'm requesting, the Civic Center, and I've had 40-plus teams at both tournaments, and from people all across the state and different countries and different states. So I'm more than capable of doing it. I would just like y'all's blessing, support, and obviously Jennifer Appleby being the director for the city. I reached out to her before I reached out to anybody because obviously she's good at what she does, and I'd like to move forward on it. So that's all I have. Thank you. Come on, son.
That sounds fantastic. Coach, I'll tell you this, my wife works up at that high school, and what you've been able to do with those girls is nothing short of amazing. It has really motivated and changed some of those kids.
I'm a stats guy. Santa Fe was the first school in Alachua County to offer varsity flag football in this county. 2 years ago, I wasn't the coach the first season. They didn't win a game. It was new. They didn't really know how to go about it. Last season when I took over, it's not a testament to me. It's a testament to my players. But we won 8 games, and had we not had injuries, we would have made playoffs our first year. We missed it by 1 game, and our last 4 games, we were down 6 starters, and I'm proud to say that my reserves that stepped up, that didn't play a lot during the season, out of those 4 games, 3 of them we lost on the last play of the game. And I was proud of them. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
That's fantastic.
Mr. Mayor, I can tell you that doesn't surprise me that Energizer Appleby is all in because she doesn't stop moving any time. But I had a personal experience with Officer Tillman when somebody unfortunately backed into my vehicle, and he was the one that responded to the scene. And the poor young girl who had, it was just an accident. And she was very upset. She was very distraught. And Officer Tillman plugged right into her and treated her just like all of us would want our 16-year-old daughters to be treated. Calmed her down, made her understand, it was just an accident. But then within like 5 minutes, he shifted to, "Hey, you play softball, don't you? We've got flag football over there at Santa Fe High School," and it's clear that this is a passion for him, and it's palpable. So I appreciate you bringing this to us.
So one last thing, I'm sorry, I'm not good at this. With this league that would be here, I would be bringing the expertise of, his name's Ralph Graham. He is a Hall of Famer in flag football. He runs the NFL Flag League in Jacksonville. He would help assist this one as well, and you can Google it. You can go to their website. They're one of the biggest NFL flag leagues in the state. I coach in it currently. I coach the Jaguars Premier Elite 18U team. He's just phenomenal. So we have him, and then we have the backing of the Jacksonville Jaguars, where I am proud to say there's no other league, youth league, flag football league that has that type of support. So the cost of the city will be zero. There will be no cost to the city, and then the registration that is used by the children or by the parents for their children, that will be put. My plan would be put into a fund, and then that money would be used to upkeep the fields, the field paint, to where we're just constantly on the positive end. And then I own my own small business. I make championship rings, medals, stuff like that. I would do all that at cost for that league to make it even more cost effective and give the players and the parents the best experience possible. And as Commissioner White said, flag football saved my life. I lost my dad in 2011, and without that sport, Chief Shepherd would have probably put handcuffs on me. I'm just going to be honest. So when that happened, it gave me an outlet. I quit playing tackle football in high school in 10th grade. I was 100 pounds. It didn't work out. And I started playing flag in Jacksonville every Saturday. And I got really good at it. And we would not only have the league, but I would throw clinics, free camps for the youth. And I will be honest, it will also benefit Santa Fe High School because it would act as a farming program, just as Pop Warner used to as with the Santa Fe Raiders.
Thank you.
I talk a lot.
That's nothing to vote on, but I think,
That's a fantastic idea.
Jennifer, you think we can get with him and maybe work something out?
Just what we'll do is Jennifer Appleby's trying to bring more programming for not only youth, but adults as well. If you know Jennifer,
I see her everywhere.
Yes.
Their dedication is
I think
obvious.
this is a great idea. I think what we'll do is we'll meet with Mr. Tillman and Jennifer they can work out a proposal. There's a lot of things. I'm sure USA football or flag football covers the liability and whatnot, but that's things that we'll have to hash out.
There are definitely some considerations, and we're meeting.
There's a lot of steps we gotta take before we can get to this, but I'll have Jen work with Mr. Tillman. We'll get it worked out and we'll give you updates along the way.
And the insurance is covered by NFL flag also.
Perfect.
So, and instead of Act 4, it's under the NFL flag.
So I've got the 4th or the 5th. We just haven't nailed down a time. So we're going to meet and we'll work all that out. So.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Did the Bills have any kind of flag football opportunities? I don't think
We're
so.
too busy winning Super Bowls this year.
Oh, yeah.
That's actually not true because they do. They're actually pretty good. They are pretty good.
They suck. It snows. Nobody likes the Bills. All right. Any other citizen requests and comments? Okay. Moving on to new business. Discuss, consider, and act on ordinance 2024-07. An ordinance amending the adopted fiscal year 2024 budget of the city of High Springs, providing an effective date, providing for conflict.
Mr. Mayor, I'll go ahead and put this on the table for you.
Thank you,
Read it by title only. This is ordinance number 2024-07, an ordinance amending the adopted fiscal year 2024 budget of the city of High Springs, providing an effective date, providing for conflicts. Appropriate motion at the appropriate time is to pass ordinance 2024-07 upon its reading by title only.
Brief. The final budget each fiscal year is really an academic exercise. It doesn't give you anybody permission to spend more money. All we are doing is adjusting the numbers of the final budget, not actual spending, so that they are more than enough to cover what we have spent or earned during the year. The state statute requires we do this, shows we have a balanced budget. So it's, like I said, somewhat academic because it doesn't provide anything other than updated information. So I'll hit some highlights. I'm not really planning on going through 24 results right now, but I can give you kind of some highlights as we go. First, before I really get into those, I want to say all the departments really did an amazing job this year. We came in under budget in almost every department. We had, and where departments exceeded budget, it was very low. Like city managers was like $3,000 or something. And that's where we had payouts last year. So it was very impressive. Fire department, same thing. They cut their budgets tremendously, and we'll talk about that specifically. So it made my life a lot easier. So this exercise was a lot easier for me because I had places to move money, budget to make it all balance at the end. The first thing we'll look at, so the solid waste department or fund, obviously that's our refuse, and the primary expense there is the Waste Pro contract. So historically, we had the city garbage services for our city facilities provided by the previous contractor. That is not the case. Last year, we were able to absorb that in the small fund balance that we had in solid waste, but we don't now. So we have a deficit of about $125,000. One of the other things that happened with the utilities is we did not increase rates until we were past the first quarter. So the rate levels that we had wanted to use weren't fulfilled because we started late. So we missed several months of the revenue. So we're kind of seeing the impacts of that as well right now. So fortunately, when we look at the way the general fund finished out and the fire department finished out, between those two, we have excess that we can cover that $126,000 for solid waste. So what we'll do is each of the other funds besides general fund pays a fee into the general fund each year. There's a transfer. So we're just going to decrease that transfer by that $126,000. The general fund can absorb it because we have these other savings. So the fire department started out the year with over $1 million of budget coming from the general fund. We had over $900,000 transfer, and then we had to put a second transfer line of $305,000 to meet the costs that we were projecting. A lot of things changed in the first quarter of the year. So we don't have to use that $305,000 transfer, and the other larger portion, the $900 and change $1,000 transfer, we are able to decrease by $17,000. So that gives us a $322,000 savings. Sounds like a lot, but what it really does is it helps us balance the budget. The other piece of the fire department's budget was we had budgeted $100,000 from ARPA. We had talked earlier in the year, we didn't really want to do that anyway. It works out, we don't have to do that. So this budget amendment will take that budget out as well. The water budget, so we did come in short on water. Again, we started later with our rate increases. We projected a significant savings from AMI that we really didn't see. The project has been fantastic for our customers and we've really given us better data, but we didn't see as significant of an increase in revenue as was projected. And so we're recommending moving budget from the water impact fees. We really haven't had any water projects to spend the impact fees on, but we have had extra costs with well number 3. It had been struck by lightning. We had some equipment replacements to do. There was a sinkhole. There were a lot of other things like that. So it's reasonable to use impact fees because that's infrastructure. With the sewer, we have our capital projects in there as well, obviously the wastewater treatment plant and wetlands. And we had anticipated finishing that project during 2024. Obviously, as you all know, we haven't finished it. So we have a significant amount of budget, and again, it's budget sitting there that we're going to clear out, and that budget will be used in 2025. And this is really hard for me because it's budget, not actuals, and I'm kind of talking to both of them. So again, it's more the actuals are informational. The budget numbers are what we're going to change with this ordinance. In the building department, we had purchased the truck from CRA, And then the revenues came in lower. Building started to slow down this year. So we are going to put budget from the fund balance for building, which we have plenty of fund balance there, 55,000 to balance their budget. And then CRA, Wild Spaces, and Transportation, not unlike budget, they're their own separate funds. So they're kind of a closed system, so to speak. So any money you don't use just stays right in there. So we transfer it on paper, but again, you can't use it for anybody else or any other department, so it stays in there. So the CRA, we had $138,000 that wasn't spent. Wild Spaces, $320,000, and Transportation, $157,000. And as we look at fiscal year 25 moving forward, there should hopefully be opportunity to talk about the projects in all of those systems and have a better plan. The city managers talked about having a capital plan. That's the kind of thing that we want to look at in those. Infrastructure. So we had back in April, I believe it was, the lift station pumps. The commission had elected to use infrastructure funds and designated $180,000. We spent $159,000, so we have $21,000 that will go back to the budget and infrastructure. And then in ARPA, we had a handful of things that you've approved during the year, but we haven't actually formally moved the budget. So the pickup trucks, the 2 pickup trucks for the fire department and the 1 for public works, those need to be incorporated in the final budget. That was $135,000. You had approved funding for the fire remediation, but we'd only had 1 invoice in 2024. So we would just put the $7,900 budget there and then show the rest of the budget in 25. The lobby glass around the customer service counter, that was about $30,000. The lift station generators, again, we thought the project was completing last year. It didn't, it carried over. So from a fiscal year perspective, it's in the budget for 24. And then, as I mentioned earlier, we're removing the budget transfer of $100,000. So those will all impact the ARPA budget numbers that we're finalizing here. I think that is it. Those are the highlights. And I will say, along the way, there may be $1,000 tweaks to the budget. As we see, we're moving from line to line. They're in the backup in the whole big document, but I didn't really want to go through all those lines for you. So, but there's nothing significant. I mean, these are the big hits that are really important. Anything else would be within the funds or departments themselves, moving them between lines. They're not going to be anything between funds. Any questions about any of that?
Mr. Mayor, I have a quick question. On the well number 3, we borrowed $865,000 to put that well in, and we had to spend another $214,000 on that same well.
No, the 214 is not all of
Okay.
the well. That was just an example. I'm sorry, I wasn't clear. It's probably
that's okay.
70. I think we probably spent another 70,000 or so.
I mean, on things beyond our control, I get
Right,
that.
100%. I
just
think it was
wanted to-
closer to 70,000 ultimately that
For
we
a sinkhole
carried
that opened
into
up.
that we carried into 24.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Any public comment? Okay. Oh. Just 2 questions.
Y'all know, I'm Brad Riddle. You know, I've looked at the lift stations and the sewer plant and the water plant. So I have a question. Under the infrastructure, you decreased the budget for the lift station pumps by $21K. So what you're saying, there's $21K left over, correct?
Yes.
Were there any backup pumps purchased for the lift stations? Do we have any spares in stock?
Yes.
We do?
We do.
Okay, great.
There's at least 1, maybe 2, but I know for sure there's 1.
And with the lift station, with the generators, were we able to get any of them online this year?
They're all online. They're
All of them?
Yep.
They have gas to
They're
all of them now?
and They do not all have gas. Some are gas, and the other ones
Those
are
are diesel?
Diesel because they
Okay.
don't have gas in that area of town.
Okay.
But like Oak Ridge has.
Well, good. That's
natural
awesome.
gas and things like
I'm
that.
glad to hear we
So
got
they're
all that
up and
in
running. Yep.
now. Thank you.
Any other public comment?
Yeah, we have public comment.
for the budget ordinance? I do.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we approve ordinance number 2024-07 on first reading.
Second.
Okay, been properly moved and seconded. It's an ordinance, we gotta go roll call.
Yep.
See, I knew it was gonna pay off today. I knew it was gonna pay off.
Ready? So Mayor Grunder,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Miller,
Yes.
Commissioner Bloodsworth stepped out, Commissioner Howell,
Yes.
Commissioner White.
Yes.
Passes 4-0. Moving on to new business item 2.
Mr. Mayor, this is ordinance 2024-08, an ordinance of the City of High Springs, Florida, creating Chapter 66, Article 5, prohibiting public camping or sleeping on any public property, public building, or public right-of-way, amending Section 2-179 by adding a violation of Section 66-90 to the schedule of violations and adding a civil citation penalties for violation of Section 66-90, providing for codification, providing for repeal of conflicting ordinances, providing for severance of invalid provisions, and providing for an effective date. The appropriate motion is to pass ordinance 2024-08 upon its reading by title only.
This is our first reading of this? Even though we looked at it last time? Perfect, gotta get it done by, so this will go and then December.
Yes, second reading is being advertised for December 12th. Yep,
And we had to have it in by January, right?
yep.
I am so very happy that this is getting put into place. Any comments? Any public comment?
Well, I make a,
Sir, Mayor, when are they gonna have public comment?
We already had it.
Well, I got a comment to make.
No, sir.
I'm just coming out of the hospital.
I appreciate that, but you have to wait for public comment and you already missed it for tonight. I'm sorry, sir.
Well, maybe you'll be sick next.
Well, I hope not, but it is that time of year.
I make a motion that we approve ordinance 2024-08.
A second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Can we get a roll call vote, please?
Sure. Vice Mayor Miller,
Yes.
Commissioner Bloodsworth,
Yes.
Commissioner Howell,
Yes.
Commissioner White,
Yes.
Mayor Grunder.
Yes. Okay, moving on to new business item 3. Discuss, consider, and act on the engineer's recommendation of award and certified bid tabulation for FDEP County Road 236 wastewater extensions agreement.
So this was a project that you approved a couple years ago, that we were awarded a grant for it. It had a sizable, I could be wrong, I think it was like $415,000 matching funds. We don't have $415,000 to put in for matching funds, so we canceled the project. Talking with the grantor and whatnot, we were able to advocate, and now they're gonna fund 100% of the project. So we won't have to do any, I think we put like 40 grand already in, but they're gonna fund the rest of the project if you so choose. What this project will do is expand the wastewater services down 236 to include the roads. I had them written here. 202, 201, 199, and then the right-of-way on 236. With that, when they connect through, it's also a septic tank phase-out. Florida wants to phase out septic tanks to help the quality of water and whatnot, so they will crush those septic tanks. On this, I wanted you to know about it and discuss how you want to move about it, because I was told in the past there was some friction about this project, that people in this area that might be affected. I wanted to bring it up tonight for discussion, and what I would like to do is not to act on it tonight, is allow you guys to discuss it, but I feel it's appropriate. I think there's 22 homes that are affected by this. I would like to write them each a letter explaining about the project that's coming through, that it may affect them, so they have a chance to come in and speak to it. The connection will be covered by the grant. there's an ordinance and we're researching it, and that's why I'm asking you not to act on it tonight. One of our ordinance say that if there's wastewater lines within 200 feet of a house, they are required to connect. We'll connect them. The pushback on this is somebody, I was told by an employee that somebody just put in a new very expensive septic system, and if I had done that, I'd be very upset if I find out now I gotta connect. So we're looking to, in the grant, it doesn't require us to connect. Our ordinance does. And we're working with the attorney's office. We just sent, I think it was today or yesterday, sent to see if there's clarification for it, because in the past, the city has allowed somebody to not connect, but when the septic tank fails, we will not issue a permit for the new septic tank that will be required to go on. So we're in a little bit of a conflicting with the language of the ordinance, but I still think we need to be fair. I don't want to roll down these streets without these citizens knowing. So I feel it's appropriate that we type up a letter, send it to the people that are affected so they can at least know what's going on. That gives us a chance to find out from the attorney's office if it is required that they have to hook up, or do they have the option until the septic tank has failed and whatnot. I'm trying to get a whole picture. I just want to let you know that this project has been funded 100% by the grant, and we need to let the grantor know. So some more information, we're going to get, if discussion goes that allows us to do the letter, we will do that letter next week, so that way we can act on it at the December 12th meeting.
Mr. Mayor, can I get some clarification? So what you're saying then, Mr. Marshall, is that if this project goes forward, it's funded to the extent that the city will not charge an impact fee to these residents. Is that correct?
They will have to pay the impact fee. They won't have to pay the connection fee. So the connection fee for, if you have one septic on your land, was a little over $7,300. If you have two septics, for those connections will be $9,200, but those will be covered by the grant. They will still have the impact fee because the impact on the infrastructure and the resources like the wastewater. So there's still an impact, so they will still have the impact fee. The way we've done it in the past, it's allowed them to pay it over time. So instead of making them pay, I don't know what's the impact fee? Do you know off the top of your head? We'll say it's $3,000. I don't know it off the top of my head. Instead of forcing somebody to pay $3,000, they will get billed a small $30 a month until it's paid off or what it is. We're trying to work, so if this project goes through, we do it as little impact and a little burden as we can on the homeowner. Mm-hmm. But this is a gravity system. Mm-hmm. It's the system that we want. It's not a grinder system. It's a good sewer system.
I like the idea of sending out a letter to all of those impacted.
I think it's fair.
Mr. Marshall, and you said that as of this point, the state is not coming in and saying there's a deadline where everybody must hook up at this point.
No, what they'll do is they'll run the wastewater line through for the project. If you decide to go forward with this project, they're going to run the wastewater line. As they run it through, if a homeowner wants to connect when that line goes through, they will connect it. If they decide not to, they want to keep their septic, that's okay. They'll have fees with it, and we're trying to get the clarification of what it looks like. That's why I want to kind of push it to the next meeting. I just want to get this out there. They can keep their septic, but when that septic fails, they can't get a new permit. They will have to. But as the grantor put in the letter when they said it, is they expect the cost of connecting to go up significantly higher, while here it's already covered by the grant.
So don't we have a neighborhood that's coming that is actually going to be on septic?
We do.
We have
We do.
the 3-acre lots.
Okay, so what makes them different than the people that's on the
Size of the lot.
Lot size, yeah.
So the 21 homes are smaller lot sizes then?
Yeah, they're roughly a third of an acre, quarter of an acre.
That's what, I'm .33, yeah.
I didn't want to throw your name out there. I don't know how big your acre
200
is.
First Lane, that is my street. Yeah, .33 is what I'm on.
So 3 acres, a third of acre. Septic, it doesn't has a septic has more area to kind of infiltrate through, whereas if you have a condensed area of septics every third of an acre, that the Florida's getting away from that because of the quality of the water and the nutrients that go into the water system. So you don't have to act on it tonight. I just kind of wanted permission to contact the citizens, send a letter, and put this again on the agenda for December 12th. Right, Angela? That's what I'm trying to do? Okay.
Now, if we went with this, could we make an exemption for those homes not to hook up?
That's what we're trying to find out. The way I read the ordinance, I say no. They have to connect by the ordinance. The ordinance says if it's within 200 feet of the house, they will be required to hook up. However, talking with staff, and Jason Keitel, our Public Works Director, is not here tonight, but Richard is. He can speak about it. Jason's visiting his family in Atlanta. But he said in the past, he knows that we gave them the option. If they don't hook up now, when they do hook up, it will probably be more expensive. So it's kind of a, did I miss anything, Richard?
No, it's pretty well everything right there, so.
That's how it worked at Southside before. As far as some of them, if they didn't want to connect because their septic was fairly new, they didn't have to connect at that point. They just had to cover the costs in the future. So, and then this one here, of course, they're paying for it all right now. So
I'm
save for the
interpreting
impacts.
the ordinance one way. I'm being told that's not how we actually proceeded. I'm a by the book. The ordinance says this. This is what I go off of. But if I can, we're looking to see if there's another mechanism out there to make it where they can elect. So we will have that information for you at the next meeting. I just want to kind of let you know that this project was coming down.
And when we originally voted on this, because we voted on this before, right?
2022.
This was a while ago.
Yeah, 2022.
Okay.
That's all I got.
Any other commissioner comments?
Just for informational, are we going to the furthest city limit?
No, this will cover
Because it's going down 236, it's just going to cover these
those
three
three roads, and
Okay.
they cover repaving as well.
going across the roads.
Yep.
Gotcha. Okay.
And any, like when they crush the septic tank and whatnot, and they dig the line through, it does cover the recovery of getting the property back to where it should be.
Good, my wife would kill me if you turn my yard. Any public comment on this topic?
Julie Tapia Verona. I have a question. Where does this funding come from? Who is behind the grant? That's the only question I have.
DEP. So I'm getting text messages from Jason. I feel it's appropriate. He says, we do not have utilities in that area. If you have a utility line right by the new, we have a utility line right by the new project. Septic tanks are allowed if we don't have utilities in that area. So we don't have utilities right now in that area. So that's
Oh, that's the way they're getting.
that's awesome.
Okay.
I think we're gonna have a way to make it elective. I'm just trying to make sure my ducks are in a row because I interpret the ordinance one way. I wanna make sure my ducks are in a row, but I'd like to give them the option.
I appreciate that. Yeah, not making promises we can't keep, for sure. Mr. Walker, I can vote on this, right? Even though it's on my street? Yes. Okay. Okay. Do we have, city manager asked if we would table it till next meeting? Do we have a motion to do that?
I make a motion that we table this until the next meeting.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded to table this until the next meeting. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. All right. Okay, New business item 4, discuss, consider, and act on a request by the High Springs BMX through the special event permit to allow camping on city property for the Sunshine State BMX Series qualifier. This is something we do every year, isn't it? And he's gone. Yeah, we do this every year, right, Angela? So this is kind of just coming back to it and doing the same thing.
Yes, mostly because there's the camping on the,
Yeah,
out there.
right. That's always a great event, brings a ton of business to the town. They always do such a good job getting people here. I know the businesses love it. They make a boatload of money up there at the restaurants and whatnot. Do you have any comments from commissioners?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I can't remember when somebody made a comment to me, but apparently we don't have enough lighting out there when this goes on. I'm not familiar with it, so if somebody has some insight on it, is there any way we can make sure there's plenty of lighting out there? Now, if I'm out there camping, yeah, I don't want the lights on.
Right.
But up to a certain point in time,
Yeah, absolutely.
with people moving in and out and around, getting set up, I think we need to make sure there's some lighting that people are concerned about.
I agree. I play ball out there sometimes. I used to coach out there, and it was pretty good lighting. I think maybe we just leave them on.
Well, I
Is
think
Jennifer still
maybe in
here?
the camping, out there in that back field where
Yes, sir.
there are no utilities out there, correct?
Yeah, I'm trying to think of what field.
On the baseball side, there's plenty of lights, plenty.
Right, it's that backside.
It's the backside that they cleared.
Yeah.
The disc golf baskets are back there. So that's,
Well,
it's all
isn't this
city property.
Also, the new cemetery plots that's available where this camping is going on that was allowed, or is going to be allowed for the new cemetery? Am I thinking of the wrong plot? Which would be going behind the motel. That's where they're camping, right?
Right, well, it's not currently part of the cemetery.
Oh, I thought it was some of the new cemetery plot.
Yeah, that'd be awkward.
Okay.
Yeah, no.
Well, it's an extension of the cemetery,
Yeah,
is what it was.
yeah,
For
for
future
sure.
use, I thought. I was wrong on that.
What
I think it is, but I don't think they're out there yet.
No, there's no graves out there. I'd say that's just future.
We've not expanded that way yet.
Okay. But that's what I'm talking about as far as the lighting in that area.
Yeah, the lighting is not great back there because that's where we line up for the Christmas parade. But if it's just camping, I think it'll work for.
Okay.
I wonder if we could ask them to rent some lights.
That's what I was
and
talking
have
about, the
them up to like
temporary
11
lighting.
or something like that. Or do we have any temporary lighting? Do we own any of that?
Do you know? Do we own any temporary lighting? Do we have any portable lights for Public Works?
None that I'm aware of.
Okay. I didn't think so.
And Commissioner Miller, I believe when you said the parade, that struck my mind that people were talking about how dark it is back there lining up for the parade. That's one of the individuals. So I was just thinking about this the same way.
Yeah. Did they say anything to you, manager, did you talk to them?
I was in the restroom.
About the BMX?
Camping,
They do this every year.
I know, we were just talking about lighting, possibly having
I
some
haven't
better
talked to
lighting
them.
or
I
anything.
haven't, this just came in as a event permit. It's kind of one we do every year. So no, I haven't spoke to them.
I'm good with it, we do it every year.
We have plenty of time. They just needed this approved. I think it's a couple months out, right? Yeah, so they were just looking for approval. I mean, we can always reach out to them or tell them anything you want to add. That's up to you.
I make a motion that we approve the special event permit to allow camping for the BMX event.
Second.
Been properly moved and seconded. Do we have any citizen comment on that? Okay, it's been properly moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Moving right along. Discuss, consider, and act on declaring surplus the fire department emergency warning equipment.
So when we got rid of the Tahoes, the lighting system, the light bars and whatnot, we own that. So they sent them back to us. We don't need them. So it's worth over $500 is what we're guessing. So to put it on Gov Deals to get rid of it, we're thinking probably about $1,000 if we're lucky. But that's just to get rid of that.
Clay County's here. They might like. No.
Make you a heck of a
Make you
deal
a hell
right
of a deal on
now.
it.
Right now.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we declare the lights and sirens removed from the leased Tahoes surplus.
Second.
Properly moved and second. We have any public comment? Okay. All those in favor of surplus and those lights and sirens, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Perfect. All right, moving right along. City manager, or city attorney report. I apologize.
Mr. Mayor, we have a good contingent signed up to come to the ethics training on December 18th from High Springs. And
I'm excited.
the general consensus is it'll be something barbecue to eat is what the game plan is. So
Okay.
we'll see all that are signed up. If you're not signed up, you're welcome to sign up. And got to get your 4 hours in before the end of the year, and this is a good way to do it. That's all I had.
Plenty of food. City manager?
Reminder that the Mayor's Youth Council has a pancake breakfast to help support the fire department from 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. on Saturday. They did this a few weeks ago. I wasn't there, I was sick, but I heard it was a great event, and our youth council does some amazing stuff. Also, the Women's Club is having their 4th annual craft show Saturday from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., and it'll be right here around City Hall. That's all I have.
Okay, commissioner comments and concerns. Commissioner Howell?
No, thank you.
Commissioner Bloodsworth? I'm good, thanks. Commissioner White?
One quick question, if I could, please, sir. Chief Shepherd, a few weeks ago, I signed a check to go to the Alachua County School Board as their cut from the red speed camera activity. I didn't realize the school board had their hand in that till. How'd that happen?
Legislators, a lot of entities have some funds going towards it. So your state and the governor allocated those.
Do we know whether or not that money is going to be coming back to help our school here?
I actually had an interesting conversation with someone that their school does that in another county, but I doubt that's going to happen. So some other counties do.
Might it be appropriate that perhaps somebody go to a school board meeting and ask them about that? Because that'd be great to maybe
happen.
air condition that gym.
It would be absolutely great if those funds went back to our school, but I don't know if that's going to happen.
I'll take that as a challenge then.
I think we got the right person for the job on that.
And I just wanted to thank our charter officers. I don't think you guys get enough thanks for everything that you do. Mr. Walker, you take quite a beating, and I have to tell you that Danielle is an amazing resource, and she's very, very responsive, and she is not afraid to say, no, you're being stupid, don't say that. She's very, very helpful, and I'm glad she doesn't just do it to me.
I
I appreciate her so much, and I think that she needs to know that. And Mr. Marshall, you keep on rocking on, and I really appreciate it. And Angela, I don't know what we would do without you. You made it through this election season. You do everything that's asked of you, and you're smiling every day. So I appreciate it. And happy Thanksgiving to everybody next week.
Vice Mayor?
Our employee of the week is Miss Grace from Finance. I would like to say if anybody has any recommendations of the employee of the year, please email them to Angela. Because at the end of the year, we're going to have an employee of the year. They're going to get a plaque and maybe a picture up somewhere. We're going to figure out a place. Also, I just wanted to compliment Amy and CRA. The wreaths look amazing.
Yes.
If you saw them before, you would know how much work she put in. So she did a great job. All right.
Awesome. The only thing I want to say is that I was sitting there talking to a citizen the other day, and they said, downtown is looking fantastic. And that's another shout out to Amy with CRA for the facade grant, because that's what they noticed. They were like, look, everything is like getting fixed. It's becoming back up to date. It looks fantastic. So she has really taken that job and really run with it and sunk herself 110% in it. And I echo what Commissioner White said. Our employees are that is 100% what makes High Springs amazing. So thank you guys so much, and I hope everybody has a wonderful Thanksgiving. And I will accept a motion to adjourn. We already had it. That's not the structure of these meetings, and I'm going to follow the structure that is on the paper for these meetings, and we're going to run it the way it's supposed to be run. I'm sorry, sir. You got to be here on time if you want to talk. right. Welcome, everybody. We're going to go ahead and call this Joint City Commission / Plan Board Workshop to order. Can I get a roll call, please?
Mayor Ritter,
Here.
Vice Mayor Miller,
Here.
Commissioner Bloodsworth,
Here.
Commissioner Howell,
Here.
Commissioner Whites.
Here.
It's okay. Brad was looking sad. You didn't get a roll call on him.
Chair Riddle. Here. Vice Chair Bolliger. Here. Member Tapia Ruano. Here. Member Tapanis. Here. Member Testa.
All right. We will go to our invocation given to us by Commissioner Bloodsworth and then into our Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day, Lord, and I just thank you for this town, Lord. Thank you for the citizens of High Springs. Father, just ask that you guide us as a commission and as a planning board, Father, just guide us to do your will for the citizens of this town. Lord, please give us wisdom and direction, Father. For, Lord, we ask all these things in your Son, Jesus Christ's name. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you. Entertain a motion for the approval of the agenda.
I make a motion that we approve the agenda.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. And the only business item on is discussion of Community Development District. How do we want to start? How are you, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Chris Potts, Vice President of LJA. I'm just here to present to the both boards, just in general terms, what a community development district is. Appreciate you guys allowing us to have this workshop. So CDDs are a government-like board, a unit that was established back in an act that was approved by the state in 1980. Under some of the statutes of Chapter 190 is identified for the rules and regulations and the powers of a CDD. So basically, a CDD is an independent purpose government, similar to municipalities and counties, but with very limited scope of what they can do from a power standpoint. They have a governing power with policy-making abilities. They provide essential government services and facilities, maintenance, and then they work in a very limited geographical area. So this is an example of St. Johns County and CDDs that they have in St. Johns County. So the blue or the green areas are the geographical areas that the CDDs can only work in. Those are set up based off legal descriptions and then are approved through the process of, in this case, St. Johns County. So each one of those has a board and residents and landowners with them. So a lot of people ask, well, what's the purpose of a CDD compared to a local government, as the city as an example? The city has a charter as well. They have local powers. They can control the comp plan, the zoning regulations, the land development code. A CDD has specialized government powers. Basically, they're within their geographical area. Their purpose is using funds for maintenance of public infrastructure, as well as constructing those infrastructure. They don't have the power to change the comp plan of the city or the county that they're in, or change the land development code. They have to follow those. They mostly just handle maintenance and infrastructure improvements. So the reason for establishing CDDs, they're created to finance, construct, operate, and maintain infrastructure improvements for the public and the residents. They generate their own avenue of payment for the infrastructure without impacting residents that live outside the geographical area. They're governed by a board that's appointed by the residents within the CDD. And the CDD also protects and helps improves property values, which also in turn improves property taxes. How a CDD is operated is they have a 5-member board similar to a plan board or a commission that are elected. And through that, they make decisions on, their budget, where the funds should be placed with resident input, but also they follow the same rules that the commission has to as far as the sunshine laws, making sure that they follow the appropriate budget, they're audited, and that sort of thing. So it's mostly governed similar to a city or a county. So the general benefits of a CDD, they help increase property values, they protect property values. The other aspect is they allow for the improvements of a development to be installed consistently. So areas, as you see with development sometimes in phases, they kind of stop for a while. So residents are expecting an amenity center or something along those lines. It could take years for a developer to construct that. With the CDD, the improvements continually move on in a typical fashion so that the residents aren't strapped or waiting for that for a long time. The bigger component of it as well is that it's infrastructure that is put in that the local governments don't have to pay for. So it's another mechanism to get infrastructure in on low finance. Because it's a government entity, they don't have to pay sales tax. They get low interest rate bonds and loans if they need to for maintaining and installing infrastructure. So there's a lot of benefits from a general aspect. Now, there are benefits to residents. They keep a high standard of the public facilities. So common areas are maintained regularly. Utilities or roadways or other public infrastructure is always maintained. The residents get to choose who's on their board they go through a typical voting process like the commission does. So they get to elect their own board. They have monthly meetings. So the residents always know what's going on in their community. And then in turn, there's a perpetual avenue for improvements to always be either maintained or operated with the CDD. So, if they're driving through, residents are driving through and they see landscaping's down or stuff is deteriorating, the CDD is always going to make sure that that's fixed and appropriate. So the difference between an HOA and the CDD and the relationship to them and how they operate, a CDD acts as the mechanism to maintain and operate all the improvements, where when you have an HOA with the CDD, the HOA just makes sure that the deed restrictions are followed. Architectural standards are followed. The CDD doesn't really get involved in that aspect. So the HOA works hand in hand. The other component to think about is if there isn't a CDD and roadways are private, utilities are private, the common areas, that usually falls on to the HOA to maintain. So when you have those both avenues, the CDD guarantees that common areas and roadways will be fixed or maintained. At HOA, it's a little suspect if some of that is properly maintained, properly taken care of. So when they work together, the HOA just focuses on the deed restrictions, architectural aspects, and that sort of thing, where the HOA is the, I guess you can say, the public works aspect of the community. So how is the cost of a community development district? How is their budget kept up? Where are their funds coming from? That is borne by the residents and the landowners within the CDD boundary. So nobody outside the CDD boundary is affected by that. Two common sources are non-ad valorem taxes that are put on their tax bill. One of them is for the maintenance budget that everybody reviews and agrees on, and then the board votes to either approve it or deny it or make adjustments similar to what you guys did earlier. And then there's the annual capital assessment, which repays the bonds that the CDD financed for the infrastructure improvements. Now, when homes are being purchased or resold, it is mandatory to disclose that you're in a CDD and that there's the assessment fee onto it. Residents do have a choice of, when they're purchasing the home, to pay off the assessment at that time or just have it as a typical tax onto their bill. So there's many different options that they can do, but they are made aware that they're in a community like this. So how are they held accountable? The original act that established CDDs make them, they have the same accountability as cities, counties, and well as state agencies. They have to send in annual audit finances. Their audit is reviewed by the state. The general auditor will perform, just like what you guys go through, they'll perform the standard approaches to evaluate their books, make sure all the money is accounted for, it's budgeted properly, and that's the audit is by, or their financial audit is by a third person who's a certified CPA. So it's not somebody that's part of the CDD themselves. So again, just how they're overseen is they have a board, 5-person board that's elected. They have to follow the same government standards, the Sunshine Law. Their books are public record, and they do get audited by the state as well. And then with the Chapter 190, there are over 30 laws that they have to follow as far as ethics, bond financing, and that sort of thing. So it's a lot different. A CDD is a lot different than an HOA. Again, the HOA is there in a old typical fashion to help keep the neighborhood up. If the roads are private, they got to make sure there's money. Sometimes residents don't want to pay their HOA fee. With the CDD, it's part of their tax bill, so that money is there. But again, that money has to be tracked, followed a budget, it gets audited. And so they are very held to a different standard than what an HOA is held to. So that's just kind of the brief discussion of it. here to answer any questions that you may have. Also have another representative here who's been a county manager, manages a lot of CDDs as well, and he's more than happy to get up and talk to you guys even more in depth about CDDs.
Okay. How do we want to run this? How do we normally run workshops like this? Oh, it's
So I would recommend now you hear from your city attorney, as he has experience with a couple CDDs, but newly, probably the most recent in Newberry. So, from a city perspective, hearing from the city attorney would probably be appropriate next.
Perfect.
Something that was explained to me, and it just clicked as it was a common sense thing. I had an old judge tell me, well, is it making common sense? And a lot of things in law, it ought to make common sense. And I think this was an explanation on CDDs. You know, why do they work? What is it that is attractive to a developer about a CDD? What is attractive to a city about a CDD? And I think Chris hit on some of it in that it's this district, a defined district that's raising money in the district. It's all disclosed to whatever the homeowner is that's going into the district through the disclosures when you're buying the property. What is the budget? How do you keep the budget low? How is it affordable to the residents, which is, of course, an important component. That's one of the things that's market-driven for the development. But I think the thing that really made it click for me was that a developer, when they're putting in their infrastructure, they have to, go out and get a development loan, essentially, from the bank to put in all the infrastructure, the roads, the sewer, the water, all of the things that you put in whenever you have a development. And that all has to pretty much happen at once, and the financing for a developer is at market rates for that developer. And maybe the developer's real strong, or maybe the bank says, look, I'm going to loan you this money at 12% or whatever it is. But the cost of the money is different than the cost of the money for a CDD district, because the CDD is a governmental entity, so they can float bonds, pay that back over a long period of time, for however maybe it's a 30-year bond payback. So the cost of the money is at a very different rate than what it would be on a developer going in and borrowing the monies. Might be 3%, 4% money that they can get. So that's, to me, when that level of explanation was said, I've heard about all this for years, and when it was explained to me on that, and I think in the handout that Chris provided, if you look at the page and the general benefits of a CDD can help save money for effective citizens by issuing special assessment bonds to finance community infrastructure, which allows the cost of improvements to be spread over the life of the bonds rather than included in the price of the initial home sales. So there's the difference right there. That's what we're talking about in a CDD district. Homeowners and landowners will only pay the district improvement while they own the property. So there's another difference. If for whatever reason it fails, then it's not a general obligation bond on the city, so it doesn't affect the city's credit. It doesn't come back on the city in any way. It's only effective to the residents in that community. And I think there are instances of CDDs failing. Mostly, from what I can research and understand, it's over-promising, over-budgeting. The 2008 debacle that we had an effect on CDD districts. But from my research and what I can see, the contra is true, that these districts can be very, very successful, and for the most part are successful in putting, as Chris said, general level of improvements into a community that are consistent for that community. And I think one of the things that you should look at as commissioners when you're approving your development agreement and you're approving the CDD district for that particular area is, what is the budget? What does it make common sense to you? What is it that they're borrowing? How much are they estimating that this is going to cost? And then what is your estimated yearly cost to the homeowner that's going into that area? And if those things start making sense to you, then it looks like they've thought through the proposal in the district. And if those things are coming together, it looks like, okay, this has the potential to be a very, very good thing for that community. So I think if you boil it down in a nutshell, that's what this is all about.
My question from a city is, during this presentation and during our talks, we hear a lot about the benefits. What are the benefits of CDDs? But from a city perspective, what is the risk? And that's what I want to know, is if something's too good to be true, it usually is. And I'm not saying this isn't a good thing. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. It doesn't matter. Well, it does matter to me, but where's the risk? What is the risk to the city? And what is the implications if the CDD fails to the city?
There's no general risk to our budget. It doesn't come to you and doesn't, the citizenry in the development could come to you and say, you know, we've got something going on here that's bad. And of course, if you're driving through that area, you know, these citizens for the city of High Springs, we still care about them as well. So we're going to want to help that, but we're not legally obligated to do that. That's this district's responsibility. And it should be a situation that a new developer comes in, perhaps if the initial development fails for whatever reason, we have another 2008 situation going on, the chance of them coming back in and managing a CD district in a way that it turns that situation around, I think is very, very high. So really there's little financial risk to the city itself. There, of course, is the political problem when you have something that is a district and the road systems are not getting adequately put in place, or whatever the other public infrastructure that is needed is not getting put in place. But there's no obligation on the general city to take this over. And there's a funding mechanism there that can be utilized to look at wherever the problem is and then hopefully fix that.
So, Mr.
At the district level.
Mayor, if I add to that, the risk to the city is if the bonds are issued and the CDD fails or is dissolved, then that debt does fall to the city or the county.
If I can just step up here. So, my name is Jared Earlywine. I'm with the law firm of Cutac Rock. We have some of the founding members of my office actually helped work on the first CDDs in Florida. I've been representing CDDs for almost 20 plus years, and we represent almost 40% of the 1,000 plus CDDs in Florida. So we know a lot about CDDs. The statute, and I think your attorney will confirm this, basically says that no debt or obligation of a CDD can ever become an obligation of a city or county, unless, as your attorney said, you may want to take something like that on. I'm not aware of any instance where that has ever occurred in Alachua County or any other county in Florida. It's just not a thing. And the reason is because there's default protections. You can have any kind of project fail. You can have an HOA project fail, or you can have a CDD project fail. And when we were in a recessionary environment, there were a few CDDs that failed, but there were also HOA communities that failed too. The advantage of having the CDD in place is multifold. One is the CDD has assessments on the property. Those are first party liens. So if you have an HOA community, how are they dealing with a foreclosure? Not very well. If you're a CDD, you're foreclosing out a first priority governmental lien, which is a much easier foreclosure process. And the vast majority of the few CDDs that actually did fail, they went through foreclosure relatively quickly, and they were held by a trustee controlled entity, basically a bondholder entity, and they got back into productive use relatively more quickly because they're first priority lien foreclosure process. Not only is it a first priority lien foreclosure process, but on top of it, when the bonds are issued, there's money there for construction up front to finish your first phase out. And there's also reserve account money, which can be used to keep the amenity center open, to keep your landscaping watered, to basically work through that year period where you're going through the foreclosure, keep that project alive. There were 2 projects side by side down in Lake County during the Great Recession. One was a CDD, they were originally owned by the same developer. One was a CDD, one was a non-CDD, and had a mortgage loan on it. The one with the mortgage loan sat around forever. The CDD, on the other hand, went through the foreclosure process more quickly. And it's because of those, because there was money on hand to keep their amenity center open and keep running that, and to keep the landscaping cut too. So you can have either scenario. A CDD or HOA can fail, but there's better protections if there's a CDD in place. And I think the other benefits, I would just dovetail on what your attorney said as well, just sort of setting aside the default scenario. So again, no debt or obligation will ever be y'all's responsibility, part 1. Never happened in Florida. Part 2, it's a better mechanism if there is a foreclosure, right? Because of the reasons I talked about. But beyond that, it's a very powerful financing mechanism on the front end, which your attorney talked about. I mean, if there's a $1,250 debt assessment payment per year, how much is that 10 years from now, or 20 years from now, or 30 years from now? That's pennies 30 years from now, right? So if you're looking at a traditional capital stack for a developer, they've either got to get a bank loan, they got to use internal financing, get an equity partner, or they have this CDD option, which makes the money a lot cheaper. It allows us to put in a better quality project and still keep competitive home pricing for you guys. So it's a really nice structure, especially on a project like this, which is big. It's a big project. There's 1,400 units. There's tens of millions of dollars of public infrastructure. So it's a really powerful tool, not just on the front end to make the home prices competitive, to create the enhanced infrastructure, but also when residents come back and they take over that community and they need to resurface their roads or fix up their stormwater ponds. If they have an HOA community, how are they going to take out a loan? It's very hard for an HOA to go out and take out a loan because they can't collect on the tax roll. A CDD can, however, do that. And so they're able to go out and issue another bond later on to fix up their stormwater ponds. Not just that, but CDs are a much, much better operation and maintenance entity than an HOA because they can, again, collect on the tax roll. They're also eligible for FEMA funding, which HOAs can't get. They also have sovereign immunity protection. So when they go to buy insurance, their insurance is better. HOAs have unlimited liability by contrast to tort liability. And they're very transparent for all the reasons that your attorney talked about. They're subject to sunshine laws and public records laws. So it's a more robust entity for taking care of property. Sorry, I got off on a little tangent there, but hopefully that answers your question.
I got a couple of questions for you. One is, I see how one of my questions are, I keep on hearing how beneficial this is for the CDD and how beneficial this is for your all's development and whatnot.
Yeah.
I want to know where the benefit for the city of High Springs citizens,
Yeah.
how this is going to play into helping them.
Well, I've got a piece of an answer, but let's talk with our county manager. Go ahead.
Thanks for what you do. I've spent the last 45 years in local government, background in both city and county management, worked for the town of Longboat Key, Sarasota, 20 years Collier County. I was the county manager in Collier County longer than anybody in history. I introduced myself to your young manager and told him the other day he'd be an old white-haired man like me at some point. I'm really here tonight just for 2 reasons. My family have been in High Springs for 100 years. On my wife's side, the Skippers and the Everetts and the Leslies and the Lindsays have been here for 100 years. My mother-in-law was born in Bell. My father-in-law was born in Hague. But before they were 3, they moved to High Springs. And so I am from out of town. I live in Naples, And I understand when you're from out of town, but my relationship to your community is drastically different. And I am not part of the current team, and I'm not under contract for what could be your first CDD. I would want you to know this, though. The landowner who acquired the Tillman property has lived in one of my CDDs for many, many years. That's the Pelican Marsh Community Development District in Naples. There are over 30 community development districts in our county. There are over 800 community development districts throughout the state of Florida. And interestingly enough, the very first special purpose district in Florida is 200 years old, and y'all were part of it. When Florida was a territory, one of the first acts of the then territorial legislature was to adopt the St. John's Escambia Highway, Ferry, and Road District in 1822. It did not give any taxing powers, but it did give the district manager the right with the militia to go out and round up conscripts on a daily basis amongst the citizens to help build roads and ferry crossings throughout northwest and north central Florida. So districts have been around since Florida was a territory. The other reason I'm here tonight is because all of my clients are residents, or by extension could be future residents of High Springs. In the early years, the developer controls the appointments to the board because he's the landowner. But there's a process within the statute that transitions quickly over time to the end users, or the people who become the first residents there. So I don't work for developers. Our current clients are all resident controlled. And in Naples, my average length of time is almost 20 years with the clients that I have. I've been at one community, Laley Resort, with over 3,000 homes for 25 years. Pelican Marsh and Tiburon, 20 years. Pelican Bay for over 15 years. And these are very large communities, but we also have some small districts with only 300 homes, like Heritage Greens. And so the people that I work for are prospective future residents of your community. I've also been coming here long enough to know that throughout metropolitan Florida, there are very, very few gateway land parcels that are still available. And the Tillman Ranch, as I refer to it, is obviously a huge gateway into High Springs, and someday will be very critical to you. But here's what I would tell you that the city gets in return. At the end of the day, the most important thing to any developer is how quickly can we absorb the product? How fast can we sell the parcels that we have to market and sell? And I see CDDs as a toolbox of extra tools that result in a tier 1 level community when it comes to services and value and cost. But more importantly, the faster that a developer can absorb the community. In my way up here today from Naples, I just ran some quick numbers in my head. The net present value of the Tillman property, in my estimation, would be $350 to $400 million in increased assessed value to the city of High Springs. I have no way of knowing what your current aggregate assessed value is, but the ability to add $350 to $400 million worth of tier 1 residential product to your tax base, I think speaks for itself, especially if they are paying for their own services with respect to public works, street lighting, drainage, the potential for access control or security patrols and things like that. We do that for our clients. They are heavily regulated, the same as you. All of my work product is audited. Those audits are transmitted to the Auditor General of the state of Florida. In addition, there's a select Senate subcommittee that monitors CDDs statewide, and so we are heavily regulated. But I just would submit to you as somebody who's been in the business of managing resident-controlled CDDs now for 25 years, they are far superior to a master homeowners association.
Well, I just want to say, with all due respect, that's not what I asked. What I was asking was how that you all forming that CDD and developing Bridlewood, right? How is that going to help the citizens that we have existing now? And how is that infrastructure, with all those people moving in there, how is that going to affect the citizens we have now? That's my concern, is the citizens that we have now.
I think my bottom line is, from my perspective as an old city and county manager, it increases the general revenue stream to the general purpose government, which is the city of High Springs. They are going to pay the same millage and fees and charges as any of the existing residents, so it is a newfound source of revenue for the city of High Springs.
And if I can add to that, and I think Neil has done, I mean, that's the bulk of the argument, I think, but there's also another component to it too, which is that if you have a CDD community versus a non-CDD community, the CDD community is much more capable of taking care of itself. And that means with respect to its roadway infrastructure, its storms, all the rest of it. I was down in Marion County about a year or so ago getting a new CDD established, and what was coming up right on the agenda before me was a homeowners association saying that they couldn't take care of their stormwater ponds, they couldn't take care of their roads. Same thing is the problem in Pasco County. They can't take care of their roads. They have not set aside tax money to take care of their road infrastructure. And so there's a lot of counties and cities around Florida that are actually requiring you to, or they are actually imposing their own special taxing district on communities to take care of their roads, take care of their stormwater ponds, whatever it is. And the city or county is actually responsible for that dependent district. The district is put right on the same envelope that a CD is on. Now, they'll either require you to put an MST or MSBU on your property, or you can have a CDD. So if you go to Charlotte County, either you're going to have a CDD or you're going to have an MSBU to take care of the roads. Pasco County is grappling with how they're going to take care of their roads. For the CDD communities, I've spoken with Elizabeth Blair, their county attorney there. She basically said, look, if you got a CDD and you guys want to take on the road infrastructure, go for it. That's exactly what I'm talking about here with this particular community. This community is going to be much less likely to be a burden to you guys than an HOA. After the Great Recession, there were tons of HOAs that came back to cities and counties and said, we have to put individual liens on little homes, so we can't get on the tax roll, we can't take care of our stuff. Would you take this from us? That's going to be a lot less of a problem with a CDD. It's a much more capable entity, and you have all the revenue growth that Neil's talking about.
Well, where I'm coming from is this. Again, we're a small city.
Yes, sir.
We have outdated roads, right? We're talking about adding another third of the population here, 7,000 people. Hang on for a second. And then we're talking about the school that we have here, right? It's only handling what we have now. So how is the CDD and the money they're making and this whole scheme of Bridlewood, how is that going to help the citizens now?
So with that, though, with every development, it decreases the burden on a city or county, because there is another mechanism, a CDD in general. One, you brought up roads, of existing roads. Well, how does the city now pay for those roads? With an increased tax base, that creates funds to take care of those roads. You don't have to worry about the roads within the CDD because the CDD is responsible for taking care of that. So you're losing infrastructure you have to take care of while getting funds to help other aspects of the city. That's from the revenue side. Now, from the school aspect, that's a whole different discussion that only the school board controls. Newberry's petitioned about it. You guys have petitioned about it. We can't control what the school board decides. How they have set up the rules, some people agree, some people don't agree, but we can't alter how the school looks at it. Now, we're getting a little off topic of just the CDDs in general, but again, that's why Bridlewood is putting up the land for the school. But again, that's completely up for the school board to decide if they're going to do it or use it or not.
And the other 2 points that we really need to be mindful of, one is we're not here to talk about Bridlewood per se. We don't have a petition pending. But the other piece is the development approval is separate and apart for how you're going to manage that infrastructure. The development is moving forward. It already has entitlements and whatnot to move forward. So that's not really what we're talking about. What we're talking about is how do you manage that? How do you finance it? How do you make it the best project that you can? So the concerns you have about the traffic and the other things like that, obviously they're going to be enhanced by what these gentlemen are talking about. But that development is moving forward. They're just going to be made better by having the CDD, if that makes sense.
I understand the nature of your question. I guess the best thing is that they are going to contribute to the general revenue and utility revenue streams of the community, but they themselves are going to pay an additional level of taxes for all of their public works and recreational amenities and things of that nature. So they are net contributors to the city in terms of revenues to support the police and the fire and the parks and departments. I don't know if you have impact fees. They're going to contribute impact fees in support of your capital improvement budget and program, but in turn, they're going to be responsible for their capital infrastructure and its perpetual maintenance and operation. And when compared to a master homeowners association, it is just, and I have some master homeowner association clients, but a CDD is just a superior vehicle that contributes to the general purpose government, but then pays a higher rate of assessment for those benefits that they would otherwise have and own through a master homeowners association.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask a quick question? In terms of the benefit to the city, the ad valorem tax revenue that comes into the city is going to be a static number. Let's say you have 1,000 homes. The millage that's coming into the city is going to be the same number, whether it's an HOA, a CDD, or an HOA and a CDD. There is no change in that amount of revenue coming to the city. Is that correct?
No.
Okay. And you said, Mr. Potts, that infrastructure is put in that the city doesn't have to pay for. In any new development, does the developer not pay for all of that pipe and put those roads in regardless of whether or not it's a CDD?
Yes, but the aspect of it is what the city attorney talked about is not all developers are cash builders, so they have to get a loan. And with the loan, and it's different rates, so that means they're not going to put in, they may not be able to put in all the infrastructure that they would like to put in because those funds are eaten up by interest and that sort of thing. Or when you have a CDD, their bonds are at a lower rate, so the money is extended further.
Is it true that the bonds can be issued interest-free bonds? Is that a thing? Because I saw that somewhere that there were no interest bonds. Is that not true?
No, ma'am. That's not the case.
Okay.
But on average, they're about 250 basis points cheaper than a commercial loan. That is the incentive to.
Can you translate to me what that means in just regular number?
It's about 1/4% less. It's about 1/4% less than a traditional loan. And actually, if you take internal financing, it can be way less, way cheaper than that.
Up to 2.5% lower rate of interest to the developer and thus the end user, as opposed to a bank loan or some private equity behind a developer who's doing construction.
How would that interest rate compare to what we can get as a city?
About the same, because these are tax-exempt municipal bonds, and because they serve a valid public purpose. It's a great question. Because they are public roads, albeit owned by this little micro-government called a CDD, so they're responsible for the operation and maintenance of those public roads that were built with the proceeds from a tax-exempt municipal bond. Just like if you had a special revenue bond for your utility, those rates are lower than you could borrow the money from because they're tax-exempt municipal bonds as opposed to a commercial loan or a corporate bond, and they're about 2.5% lower rate of interest than you would otherwise have, whether it's him borrowing the money or me borrowing the money.
But not 2.5% less than the city could get.
No, ma'am.
Okay.
About the same, which is 2.5% less than what the private sector or the banking institution would loan money for identical purposes.
Now,
Yeah, ultimately allows us to put in a higher quality project, keep the home prices competitive, and also maintain those property values over time, which results in extra revenue for you guys. Sorry, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask a
Absolutely.
question? So as far as grant competing, so eventually you all will need grants in the future. Wouldn't we be competing with the city of High Springs with grants? Because if you get grants, it's only going to be for your CDD area. And if the city needs the same grant and you all are awarded the grant, the city doesn't get that grant because you all got awarded.
So the CDD doesn't go after grants.
So eventually you won't need any.
No, if they need extra income, they will go and get another
Because
loan or
I
a
know when we
bond.
talked before about grants, you all said that you all can apply for grants. Is that correct? Can you apply for grants?
The only ones, to my knowledge,
No, I'm just asking, yes or no, can you all actually apply for grants?
only one category generally, and it's through FEMA. By way of example, I have some clients that are on the coast, or they are inland but within the coastal area, and we are eligible to apply for FEMA money to do mitigation or hardening of public infrastructure to make it less susceptible to future claims if they were destroyed. But I'm not competing against you, but that, to my knowledge, the only area or grants that I would pursue would be FEMA grants to harden the infrastructure that little government owns to reduce future claims.
Okay, so that's the only one you would pursue, but could you apply for other grants other than that?
I'm not aware of any in the 25 years that I've been doing this, other than the FEMA category.
And same, we represent, like I said, almost 400 or so CDDs of the 1,000 in Florida. Honestly, we've got, I mean, think of it as like a more capable HOA that also has a financing mechanism. It's really not, it's not.
So an
anything more
example
than
is
that,
what
but-
you guys were talking about with that the DEP grant to extend the sewer. The CDD would not try to extend sewer or obtain a grant in that fashion. They would use the bond money or the assessment fee to their operation and maintenance.
Even
budget.
if the CDD was failing.
No, it's not a thing. I mean, if it's in a default scenario, the trustee sort of steps in for the bonds and they go through the foreclosure process. But I think it's really important to emphasize too that residents really appreciate having a CDD. I've got neighborhoods, you have to have 100% landowner consent to establish one. I've got established HOA communities that call me up and say, hey, we're having trouble with our stormwater system. Our roads aren't elevated enough to take care of, hurricanes and things like that. We need to elevate the roads. We need to be able to issue a bond. Our HOA can't do it. Can you set up a CDD for me? I said, well, you got to get everybody in your neighborhood to consent. Good luck with that. The resident districts that I have and that Neil have, I'll give you the chairman's phone numbers. You can call them. It just has more tools than an HOA to do things for your community. It's not a bad thing. This is a really good thing for a community this size.
And I don't know if you guys are aware too that Alachua County has recently approved a roadway improvement district on top of every new subdivision that comes in for maintenance of anything that's public in the right of way. And they apply that to every new subdivision that comes in. So even though there's, the roadway tax that was approved and those other things, Alachua County has realized that they can't take care of and maintain their own roads. So they've been adding what we call a SID assessment to every new subdivision that's coming in.
It's the same thing in Clay, Marion, Charlotte, Pasco. They're all doing this because they can't take care of the road infrastructure because they haven't set aside the money. And so the community itself has to pay for it. And would you rather the community itself make its own decisions about its roads, or would you all as a city prefer to manage all these special taxing districts that you're going to need for your communities? So.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't understand why everybody hates it. I hear what you guys are saying. It makes sense to me. I look around right now and I look at the amount of money we have every year to put toward roads, and we don't have enough. So I like the idea that you guys come in and you do it right in the beginning, and that if it catches on fire, it's not my problem.
Mayor, I went down to Homestead to get one established a couple of years ago, and the biggest advocates for the CD were two women who were sitting on the city council, and they lived in CDs. I mean, the residents, and what they said on the record was, it helps us maintain our property values better. We're better able to take care of our stuff.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. The only thing that concerns me, and I'll be honest with you, is I always ask, like, what's the downside to it? And everybody's like, there's no downside, which I don't believe.
Yeah.
I just don't believe that. Just because in my life I've never seen something that I've made a decision on that there wasn't an issue.
Here's the downside. If you have a small project, less than 200 units or so, there's operation costs of about 100 grand to administer the CDD. So if you don't have enough units, that can get pretty pricey, right? And there's condo buildings or something in Miami that maybe have 100 units and they finance a parking garage. That's fine, but most communities like Alachua is not going to have a 100-unit CDD. It's not a thing. So if you have a small project, I wouldn't do it. The other thing is if you have a lot of commercial in Alachua County, I wouldn't do that either. But a project this size with this much infrastructure, it's a no-brainer to do a CDD on it. It'll make the community better, and it'll make it better for the city and the future residents too. Go ahead.
We sold my mother-in-law's house. I think it's 188th Street or something, about a block north of Bev's Burger Barn, and they lived the final years of their life on that street. And honestly, the street in front of their house was in pretty poor repair. But you need to think of it this way: the people at a CDD that is in another part of town, they're going to contribute those general revenues and sales tax revenues and gas tax revenues that flow back to the city of High Springs to maintain the local residential road network. They in turn are going to tax themselves at a slightly higher rate to maintain all of their streets themselves. And so that money flows straight through to the bottom line. From my perspective as a manager, though, for 25 years, the only downside from a CDD's perspective is you got to pay the tax collector his constitutional officer's fee to get your money. He's a fee officer under the Constitution. And as is the case with the city of High Springs, he kind of peels his money off the top, or she peels her money off the top of every dollar they collect, because that's how they support the tax collector's office, is through fees. And so, I mean, you could say, is that a negative for a CDD, the fact that their revenue is collected by a governmental official who takes a cutoff before I get the first dollar back? But that's not a big negative from my perspective.
The thing I don't hate about it is this is kind of what we've been talking about with raising impact fees and everything else. We tell people you got to pay to play now. We just don't have the money coming in at this point to take care of new people coming in, and this forces new people coming in to
When I was
pay. And I like that it's up front. It's no hidden cost. It's like telling you right when you move in. If you want to move into this neighborhood, this is what it's going to cost you. I'm interested to hear from the plan board members and then other commissioners and citizens as well. I want to hear what the negatives are. I mean, we ask a lot of questions about what does it do for our people now. Well, it doesn't burden our current citizens from what I hear. And that's the biggest thing, is I don't want to be burdened by having to pay for, stuff that ain't mine. But, you have to do that with taxes anyway. But this sounds like a better way than an HOA, because I lived in Turkey Creek when that thing fell apart. And if they would have just moved through foreclosure, maybe we would have had a golf course when I lived there for a year. I don't know. Absolutely. I want to hear from people. I want to hear.
And I'd like to add some of the other side for you.
Absolutely.
The first time I became aware of this mechanism was in 1968. I was 18 years old, and a little woman named Marjorie Stoneman Douglas brought it to our attention in South Florida, because developers were draining the Everglades. They wanted to eliminate the Everglades, drain it, turn it into dry land so developers could put homes and farms and stuff like that. So I was 18 years old. I'm 120 now. I have some experience with what these gentlemen are talking about, probably more than the gentleman that said he had 25, 30 years at it. The first negative is that what the CDD is, from my experience over 60 years, is it is a tool. for developers. It's a mechanism. It says right here on their printout, what is a CDD? If you, Mr. Mayor, answer that question yourself and say a CDD is a mechanism. That's all it is. It's a tool, like a wrench, a pair of pliers. And the mechanism was created for the developers. And one of the first developers that used it successfully in 1967 and 68 through the 70s was Walt Disney. He wanted to build a development on environmentally sensitive land. He had 39 square miles of land that he owned, he purchased, and created a CDD. And what he wanted to do was build an experimental prototype community of tomorrow. Do you know what that stands for, the acronym? Epcot.
The happiest place on earth?
Yeah, Disney, well, he didn't ever finish Epcot, but he finished the games and Mickey Mouse and all that good stuff. The point is, it impacted a chunk of land that was so unimaginably large that we, the people, and the folks that were trying to help save the Everglades couldn't imagine how they could do it. This is how they did it. It's a mechanism created for developers to build unimaginably, impossible to build. If, Mr. Mayor, if you're a developer, if you are one of the local families that have been building homes in High Springs for 50 years, and you go to a bank, you don't get the same interest rates on your loan to build your homes that what's going on with the dying. My voice is pretty loud, so if you don't mind. You don't get the same opportunities. You don't get the same opportunities to borrow money for your family business that these developers do. That's why it gives them the opportunity to build something the size of Bridlewood. Whether you're for development or not is the answer for this thing. Is if you want big, massive developments like Disney World did, or the villages, you fast forward, in my experience, from arguing over trying to save the Everglades and not build this incredibly large property on an environmentally sensitive piece of land that feeds the Everglades, which is the Kissimmee Water Basin. Up here we have the Florida Aquifer System, and you notice that none of these people that were up here speaking spoke about our environment, our environmentally sensitive area of Florida. If you allow a developer to come in, like Bridlewood, get started as using this mechanism, all the other developers that are lined up since Disney World, one of the gentlemen said 1,000, one of them said 800. Apparently they don't know how many because it's about out of control. 800 to 1,000 of these CDs. Once you let them in, they can build developments that are unimaginable, like the villages.
But
can we stop that?
we can't stop this. We can't stop Bridlewood. It was already voted in and everything else. I don't think you can stop this now without.
So if I may, Mayor,
Extensive.
It's not Bridlewood that I'm talking about. I'm talking about the mechanism. The developer, once developers see that they can use these mechanisms, this CDD, for larger developments, much, much larger than your family could have built if it was a small building, you know.
I understand, but what we're talking about is, are we gonna allow Bridlewood to have a CDD? And what we have to determine is that good for us, basically, and good for the citizens?
It is if you want large developments to start hitting High Springs and north central Florida the way South Florida got obliterated. If you're for the obliteration of
I think his concern is that they take over and our little High Springs is no longer gonna be.
So-
Great question here from me then. If you don't get a CDD, is Bridlewood just going to stop and 1,400 homes are gonna move out?
no. So so what the CDD does is, yes, it is a mechanism for the developer, but the idea is that that mechanism allows the developer to extend the budget to include a higher degree of improvements. It doesn't mean that and in turn as well, is the city commission or the county commission has to approve a CDD. So because one comes in or two comes in, Doesn't mean you have to let a third or a fourth. It's your guys' decision. But it also, there's the economics to it. You can't have a 50-lot subdivision come in and say, we're going to do a CDD. Because if the finances of it does not work out, basically the assessment fees would be too high. So then they would they would put themselves out of the market to sell homes. It only works with large-scale developments. But the city commission controls those developments for a rezoning aspect. And, you know, for Bridlewood, the development entitlements are there. So the development is going forward. The question is who is going to maintain those improvements? Is it going to be an HOA? Is it going to be a CDD? Or is it going to be the city? If it's an HOA, the likelihood of the HOA keeping the subdivision up to the standard that everybody wants is slim, because people don't like to pay their HOA fees, et cetera, and there's no way for an HOA to get it. The HOA in turn can just ask the city to take over, and the city will have to maintain roads, common areas, stormwater, flooding issues, similar to what's going on now in some of the surrounding areas. Or there's the option of the CDD, which will step in for the city, make sure that the maintenance is taken care of, that pothole is fixed. The stormwater ponds don't have issues with them. There's no flooding going on in the subdivisions. The landscape looks great. That is the goal and vision for a CDD. So that's really kind of where it comes down to the commission standpoint is, in your mind, you need to think about the end user and who is going to operate and maintain the improvements.
And just to add to that point too, you know, cities and counties actually establish CDDs for environmental reasons. The city of DeLand earlier this year or last year established a new CDD off of Lake Winnimisset, which is an environmentally sensitive area. The reason they did that is because the water management districts, and they're like, I've actually got a letter from the North Florida Water Management District, but they prefer, actually the line in the letter says, all things being equal, a CDD is a preferred maintenance entity over an HOA. And the reason is because it can collect on the tax roll. It can get FEMA funding. It's a better maintenance entity for this type of stuff. The gentleman's concern here about development is a legitimate policy discussion for you guys to have. But that isn't about the CDD. That's about whether you entitle the property to begin with. So, we're not really here on Bridlewood, but since y'all have mentioned Bridlewood, like Chris said, it's already entitled for that. The question is, what's the best operation and maintenance entity for it? What's the best way to finance and deliver the infrastructure? The CDD is just a better option.
Can I ask a question about I'm sorry. Can I in terms of HOAs, you mentioned that the city might need to take over the responsibilities of an HOA if the HOA defaulted. Has that happened in High Springs that we're aware of?
Not to my knowledge, it has never happened. But I do think your questions illustrate a point. I was going to ask Jared a comment on this. Let me go back because Rick brought up some really good points. And there's some other tools and mechanisms that the city should probably look to that deal with the spread of development. His point was, you know, this opens the door to the next and the next. And I think that's a healthy discussion to have. And do you want to put in an urban services boundary territory where we're just not going to have development out in this traditionally agricultural area? We want to focus our development more in the downtown area or in other areas. Remember in this particular instance that the developer came to us and said, well, wait a minute, I've already got a plat from 1927 for, I don't know how many homes it was.
A thousand units on 100 acres.
Yeah, and so the argument was, and I didn't specifically agree with that argument. And I think you and I had a little bit of conversation about that of, do you get automatic entitlement for that? And there was a problem with that plat because the roadways didn't conform to our LDRs, and so there was a discussion about all of that. But ultimately, the commission at that time and the P&Z and the powers that be came to a resolution, which was the development of Bridlewood, and those development entitlements that development has now are in place. So I think the question that was asked a little, do the 1,400 homes go away? No, they don't. So this comes to your question, I think, that you were asking just a little while ago, which is, in a traditional method that we're all very used to dealing with, we enter into a development agreement with the developer and say, okay, you're going to put in streets and roads, you're going to put in this infrastructure, and it's going to cost you X amount of dollars. And we have that in our development agreement. And you're going to create a HOA, and this HOA is going to manage the development and that sort of thing. And that's a very traditional way and at the end of the development that is done in this scenario that we're used to, the city is not taking over the streets and roads, the stormwater ponds, all of that. We're just not going to do that. The question I have for Jer is 20 years from now, we have sinkholes that are opening up in the stormwater areas significantly. The mothers are saying our children are out in the stormwater ponds, and we got a dangerous situation. But the development can't fix these stormwater ponds. What do we do? And you got people knocking on your door, and the roadways are now crumbling, and we need help, and we can't raise the sufficient money. The developer's long gone now. It's 20 years down the road. The developer's gone. How are we going to fix the road system? How are we going to fix the stormwater areas? What are we going to do in order to fix that? That's scenario number one. And I think that's a scenario that we see commonly, particularly in western Alachua County, with our topography and our geology. Contrast that, Jer, with a CDD district, where the CDD district is collecting the money on the tax rolls. There is an independent board that is managing the funds that have to be collected. Otherwise, if you don't pay your ad valorem taxes, then you're going to get foreclosed on in your house. So there's a big incentive that a HOA doesn't have the availability or the ability 20 years from now. There's a difference there between that kind of development and a traditional methodology that we're kind of used to dealing with. But if you want to speak to that, because I think that's her question.
And I bet you Neil can speak to this as well in terms of an example. What happens when an HOA gets in trouble, right? They've got a sinkhole problem or a stormwater problem. They're going to do one of two things. They're going to run to a bank and try to get a loan, which they won't be able to get because they don't have a secure revenue stream. Or they're going to do a one-time assessment. So everyone's going to have to pay, whoever lives there right now is going to have to pay a balloon assessment one time. That's completely different if you have a CDD in place. If you've got a CDD in place, we can go to a bank because we can collect on the tax roll. We can get a long-term loan. We can issue a bond, a 30-year bond, and spread those costs over time, make the future residents sort of share that cost, and it also eases the blow for the current residents. So it's a much more capable entity in terms of responding to crises. So
an example of that is Turkey Creek. Just for your knowledge, like with all the different storms that have affected the flooding around the area and the infrastructure being damaged, the golf course being damaged, if they would have had a CDD in place, they would have been able to fix that much quicker and have the money at a tax-free, with the tax-free bonds to be able to do so. But instead, their HOA fees have doubled and some cases tripled, and so that's impacted people's resale value and being able to even afford to live into the community.
I've also got another, there's so many examples because I get communities call me.
I want to hear from can we hear from the citizens?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, let me hear from the citizens. I just want to hear more.
Absolutely, no, please.
Objection to, you guys are doing a great job, but I want to hear why we hate it. Yeah, I want to hear from everybody.
My name is Rosie Castro. I'm a resident here of High Springs. One of the main points that was brought across, it seems to be a lot of a money situation, that the developer gets to borrow money at a lower interest rate. We need to keep in mind that doesn't mean that the developer is going to pass on that savings on putting more infrastructure and more things into this development. That's like if I sell widgets and my supplier gives me a discount for the holidays, I don't necessarily have to pass that discount on to my end, purchaser. So that's number one. Another point was the whole situation that the CDD is able to get money and funding from FEMA. Well, FEMA doesn't seem to have a lot of money to give because even our people in North Carolina are not getting FEMA funds, so that's kind of out the window. Property values. Necessarily, I think Florida in general is doing well in terms of property values. We have an influx of, I think it's like 7% of people coming to the state in general. So our property values are increasing. It's not we're in a depressed property value situation in Florida. And I've seen my assessed value go up in a year, and I really haven't done anything to my home. Commissioner White, you mentioned it's the same mill rate whether it's an HOA or a CDD. So the money that's going to come in from there is probably going to be about the same. They're mentioning about they're going to keep it, so well taken care of, and the lawns and this. High Springs is not a manicured lawn Disney World type of community. That's not who we are. I haven't heard a response to what you mentioned, which was a question that I had. How is this going to benefit the current residents of the community? It's really not. And finally, as a resident here, I really hate the potholes and everything on the streets, but I vote no. I definitely vote no. Like it's a no-brainer. They've been here giving up their time and everything, but it's been almost an hour and it's rehashing the same thing and not really answering the questions of how does it benefit the residents that are currently here?
So what do you recommend going in there?
HOA. Absolutely. I'm from South Florida.
Okay.
They brought up South Florida.
Can you tell me what's better about an HOA than a CDD? Because honestly, I don't live in an HOA or CDD area.
I don't know enough about it. I'm not well versed. I'm just going on what I heard these gentlemen and lady mention. FEMA doesn't have money. That they're going to be borrowing. Developer borrows money at a lower interest rate, but again, that doesn't mean that lower interest rate, that money they're going to save on their borrowing of the money, is going to go into the community. It's going to go into the infrastructure. There's no guarantees on that.
That's true. We could ask for clarification. If they get the CDD, what amenities will you put in? If you don't get the CDD, what amenities will you then put in? And then tell me what you think, but what I like hearing is that it doesn't fall back on me. It doesn't fall back on us. I think that's the
What doesn't fall back on us? I'm sorry.
If it fails. It doesn't fall
But the
back
chances
on
of
us.
them failing, like statistically, if you look it up, HOAs don't fail that often. There are instances, of course. I'm from South Florida. We have condominiums all over up and down Miami Beach. Very familiar with the community. Most of them have HOAs and they don't fail. And if something major comes up, like they just had with that building that collapsed in Miami Beach, they'll do a special assessment.
But the special assessment now, because my family used to own condos around the beach areas, and the problem with that is all of a sudden you get slapped with, okay, you owe us 10 grand because we want to paint this thing again.
But it's
Or
not
you're
like
gonna
that.
owe this, or
If
you're
people
gonna
get
owe-
involved
it
and
is
go to
like
the
that in
committee,
some areas.
if you are involved and you go to the board meetings, you'll stay on top of the things, get the maintenance that they need, and you avoid getting to that point where things are then just blown out of proportion and you have to remediate something that's big. But if things are kept up like they should, no.
Okay.
Mayor, I own property that is run with an HOA. And I'm an ex-HOA president for Tower Hill, Glen, and Gainesville. The way we operated was we assessed the fee or a yearly amount to help take care of the roads, to take care of the garbage, to keep the place looking good, common areas, and it operated 100% on the road. When inflation went up, the fees went up. And everybody understood it because they were involved in the inflation. The only reason I have a problem with the CDD is originally when they came to us, to the board, this is before I became commissioner and the whole thing happened, they came to us and they offered us a substation police station.
Yep.
They offered us a substation fire station. They offered us the school, and the school was not a problem back then. Parks for the citizens.
The recreation, yes.
Okay. All that was offered.
Mm-hmm.
I never, when I asked the question,
Do you mind?
are we
I
still
didn't stand
getting
when you
these
guys were.
amenities?
Thank you.
Nobody said to me, yes, we are, because they can't answer that question. So that's where I'm at.
Yeah.
That's the reason I have a problem with this whole thing, because I hear how benefits, the CDD benefits them for the development
Right.
of that area.
Right.
But at this point, they're not really telling us, they're saying, oh yeah, you'll get the tax revenue from each home, this, that, and the other.
But we get that anyway.
But-
Right.
But you get where I'm getting at with this, right?
Somewhat, honestly, so I wasn't up here whenever they voted it in. I wasn't. I was not up here. I don't live in a community like that. That's my decision, though. I see other people, though. We have zero issues selling homes in Bailey Estates. We have zero issues. Some people enjoy living in a community like that. The fact that that community is going in if I'm not going to get into telling people what they can and can't do and yell at people what they're going to do with their own property and their own land. To me, that's fundamentally, I stay out of that, except for when we vote on it. But, which we do, I think we will, look at doing some different changes and whatnot. I hear what everybody's saying, I do, but I'm not going to be mad at the developer because he wants to put nicer stuff in because he can get a benefit if he does a CDD. I also, if I purchase a home inside of a gated community, I'm sorry, I wouldn't want I wouldn't want extra people coming in and going to my park and my pool or where, I don't know what all the amenities are, but I wouldn't want all that. I wouldn't want extra people and other stuff.
One question we haven't asked that we should ask, right, is how much are these assessments and how much the two working together, because they're talking about sticking an HOA in there too, right?
Are they?
Yes.
Are you doing an
Yes.
HOA?
Yeah, they're
on top?
doing
Yes.
HOA and
Yes.
CDD.
Okay, so if they're talking about sticking both of them in there, how much fees are they gonna add to these new residents that are gonna move in there? Are they gonna be able to afford these homes? Are these gonna be $800,000 homes? What is it? I mean,
Well, I wouldn't hate $800,000 homes. It'd make my property value a hell of a lot better. I would love that.
I don't know
That'd
if
be
that's
great.
our lane, though. That's not our,
Yeah, I can't.
that's not in our purview, what they charge for their,
And it-
but
and
I
think
get what
if-
you're saying.
I think, this is another thing. If people are told up front, hey, look, you move in here, this is what it's gonna cost, and you move in there, that's on you. Like that, I am not here to sit there and make people live a certain way or act a certain way. I don't know.
I'll be
I'm
honest,
looking
it
at both
scares the hell
sides.
out of me.
CDD does?
To member
HOA,
Tapanis
I hate
is,
HOAs. I can't stand HOAs. I can't.
But they're gonna have
stand-
HOA anyway, so they're gonna
I
have
know,
both
I'm
of
telling
them.
you, I
So
mean,
whether
you
you-
hate CDD,
if you
I hate
can't stand
HOA.
it, they're gonna have both of them anyway.
They'll
so
have both.
It doesn't make a difference.
to member Tapanis's point, though.
I apologize.
Mhm.
There's too many conversations going on.
Okay.
right now.
You're right.
I
Go
know
ahead.
I'm not in charge of this, Mayor Grunder, but way too many conversations going on.
I like
You
it.
need one person at a time to speak.
I'm sorry, Mr.
No, that's okay. So I came to the July meeting, and I think you brought up about the rec center and the amenities and whatnot, and they said, no, that was not on the table anymore.
Right.
And it was in the original agreement. So they're backpedaling on that. They're coming, with all this, the more revenue, because they're gonna borrow money at a lower interest rate. That doesn't guarantee they're gonna put more money into it. There's no guarantees on that. So really, what's the benefit of it? And they're claiming that there's like no detriment, pretty much. It's like one of those things in life that it's all win-win and everything has a cost benefit to it.
So what's the harm in it?
I'm sorry?
So what's the harm in it?
I don't
We
know.
just
I'm
don't
not
like it 'cause we
well-versed in it,
Well,
but everything in life has
Can I-
a positive and a negative.
Can I add one more?
Trying to find
Sure.
You keep asking for negatives. I gave you one. The CDD is a mechanism. It's a tool for developers. If you don't understand that, you don't believe that, if they can convince you of that, good. The second thing is,
I don't think
they,
that's fair, though.
the second thing is they borrow the money through a bond process. They say there's 800, their words. I know there's over 800 CDDs in Florida today. Over 200 of them have failed. Ask them, what happens to that bond loan when one fails? Celebration Point is a CDD. It's right down the street. You may or may not be aware of it, but they filed bankruptcy. I don't know what their bond loan is right now. But I do know that Disney World's bond loan, the Reedy Creek Community District bond right at the end of 2021 was $1 billion. That's when the state of Tallahassee got involved in trying to break up CDDs. If you aren't aware of that history, don't take my word for it. Please do your own research. I handed out a website. It's an objective website. It's not political. It's not one person's opinion or another. It gives you the whole history of the CDD in the state of Florida. There's only 2 other states in the United States that will even accept the CDD concept, California and Texas. California's trying to back out of their CDD contracts as we're speaking because of the failures of the CDDs. And who deals with the bond money? Who's dealing with the $1 billion loan that the Reedy Creek Disney World CDD has borrowed? This tool, this CDD, gives them the ability to borrow money, almost unlimited. Yes, there's regulations. That's why the state got involved. The state was trying to rein these people in, but they're their own form of government. And I'm gonna say another thing right now to all of you, and I apologize for saying this because everybody I've ever talked to in 60 years says, don't repeat this, don't say it, because everybody laughs at you and makes fun of you. The CDD is a quasi form of government. Nobody really knows what the name or label of that government is. Is it a monarchy? Is it a dictatorship? Is it a plutocracy? Is it a republic? They can't answer it. But it is a form of government. And the problem here in this room is none of those people are sworn to protect the Constitution. Article 4, Section 4 of the Constitution says you people that swore an oath to defend and protect the Constitution cannot allow another form of government to exist. Yes, the state, Governor Claude Kirk, signed this statute into law in 1980. So it gave the developers this tool to use. And what they're doing is they're borrowing money cheaply, which is not fair to smaller businesses that don't want to be a CDD. And the CDD says, well, if you want to be able to borrow money like we do, become a CDD. And then when they get an opportunity, a lot of the developers, maybe not Bridlewood, I'm not talking about Bridlewood, I'm talking about a 60-year history with this mechanism and what it's done to the state of Florida and California and Texas. And the problem is a lot of you didn't even know what a CDD was 3 weeks ago. It took me many years of my life to understand this thing. It's very complicated. It's developed and instituted by attorneys. Walt Disney hired lobbyists like some of these people, marketing people, and attorneys to create the mechanism. And from there it's grown to a $1 billion bond debt. Is the state going to pay that? Are the citizens going to pay off that debt? They pay their annual assessment or their fee, their ad valorem every year, but it's not paying down the debt. The debt keeps going up and up and up and up, the $1 billion. That's the second part. And if I get time and you'll allow me and you'll tolerate me, I've got 2 or 3 other points I can make, but that's number 2. Thank you.
Brad?
So I have several questions for y'all. I think they're pretty simple questions. I did not know anything about a CDD until the first time y'all spoke to the planning board many, many months ago. So here are a few of my questions. Maybe some of them have been answered. Typically, how long is the financial obligation for a homeowner in a CDD assessment to pay for infrastructure, maintenance, amenities, and debt service? And can the assessment cost increase? And what happens if the homeowner fails to pay the assessment? Well, I think the answer to that is they're going to probably lien their home or go into foreclosure and try to collect that money. But so
they're typically 30 years.
30 years.
For the assessment. Okay. That is a fixed assessment.
Okay.
So say, for example, it's $1,200 for the year. From year 1 to year 30, that assessment does not change.
Okay.
The one assessment that can change, but that is voted on by the board and the residents, is the assessment for operation and maintenance. So if maintenance costs go up, just like an HOA, you need more funds for it. So they have a board meeting, so the money is controlled. A quasi-judicial government is a democratic government. People are voted in as part of the act, they have to follow the same standards that a commission does. So that assessment fee can be adjusted, but it's based off the budget for the CDD. So if the CDD has very little to maintain, then the budget's low. But then if they start adding more and more to it, then, you know, that goes up and down.
That answered another question I had. So what happens if the CDD faces financial challenges or mismanagement of the funds? Could this affect the homeowner's assessment fees and property values?
Yeah, let me, if I could, again, Chair Earlywine, just a couple things, and I'll answer your default question too, but Reedy Creek, guys, is the Disney project, completely different animal than what we're talking about. That's a legislative created district special to that area. Obviously, there's a big fight, and I know I'm on a public record here, but between the governor and Mickey Mouse, and that was a big thing, has nothing to do with CDDs, okay? And CDDs, the statute was actually written in the 1980s, and CDDs really didn't start taking off until the early 2000s, so they've been around about 20-something years. That's the truth of it. If there's a default, for a homeowner, it's a little different than a developer default, but what happens is if a homeowner fails to pay their tax bill, a tax certificate's issued, and the CDD assessment is part of their tax bill. So it goes through the normal certificate process, certificate sells, the CDD gets the money from the sale, and it's no big deal. A developer default is a little bit different. If the developer has large tracts of land that they own within the community, the tracts that they own would be foreclosed upon, and it would go through that process that I spoke about earlier. What happens is they go through a first priority lien foreclosure process. It's a little bit like a mortgage foreclosure, but you're foreclosing a first priority lien. Usually takes about 6 months to a year to get through the process. Typically what happens is you park that property into what's called a special purpose entity, an SPE, that's controlled by the trustee and the bondholders. And then when the market recovers, they sell that asset back into productive use to another real estate developer who continues the project and finishes it up. It's exactly the way the legislature designed it to do. They wanted a structure that would help out in a recessionary environment. And so this extra layers of protection that I talked about, where you have bond money up front in a construction account, and you've got reserve money set aside for when there's a foreclosure that can pay for foreclosure costs and can help keep the project going during a foreclosure. Those are some of the protections that are built in the statute that makes it superior to when an HOA might default. Because any kind of project can default, and both types defaulted during the Great Recession. The CDs just came out of it faster. So.
Righty. Okay. And based on the, dang, the word's not coming out. Am I correct in saying that the homeowners have limited amount of control over decisions made by the CDD board?
It's a very similar to a homeowner association. So what I said earlier is it's a more capable version of an HOA. But just like in the HOA where you have an election to put your HOA board on there, CDD is the same thing. They've got an election. The advantage is the CDD is a much more transparent entity. We've got to have a public website. We've got mailed notices for our budget meetings. Obviously, all of our meetings are announced and available to the community. The public can come in. You guys can come into the CDD meetings and say hello anytime you want to. And so it's more transparent. But yeah, it's very much like an HOA board.
And they wouldn't take over that board until 6 years?
Well, not necessarily. An HOA typically turns over at 90 to 95% build out. A CDD typically turns over earlier. And the reason is there's, like Chris was saying, there's 5 members on the board. There are landowners elections every 2 years in the early years of the district. And those landowners elections are controlled by whoever owns the majority of the property in the district. So if the developer, I'm just using a hypothetical example, let's say you got a project with 100 acres, they sell half of the property out or 51% of the property out within the first 2 years, you could conceivably actually have a landowners election and have residents come in and flip 2 of those seats when it's only 51% built out. Theoretically, you could have that. So it's an earlier turnover. The other nice thing about an HOA versus a CDD turnover is when the HOA turns over, all of the members turn over at once. And so it went from developer control completely to resident control. CDDs are staggered. They've got staggered elections. So every 2-year cycle, 2 or 3 members are up given that election year. So what happens is you end up with 2 residents on the board at the same time you got 3 developers on the board, and they kind of learn from each other and bring the residents along. They understand what's going on, and then it transitions more fully later on. So it happens faster and it happens better.
All righty. And y'all bear with me, I just got a couple more. So, if I understand correctly, I understand that a portion of the CDD assessment fee collected is for the actual bond repayment. So once the bond is satisfied, does the assessment fee go down in cost for the homeowner?
Absolutely, and it goes down in 2 ways. First off, if you have your capital, there's 2 portions like Chris was saying. You've got your capital portion that pays for the debt. It's fixed over time, typically. So let's say it's $25 a front foot, which is probably very typical for Alachua, right? Maybe $12.50 a year. In year 1, you're paying $12.50, and that's a little bit of money. Year 10, it doesn't go up. It's still $250. And we know from the last 4 years of inflation, 10 years from now, $1,250 is a lot different than $1,250 today. 20 years from now, it's even less. So effectively, it's going down, the capital portion, and then when it's paid off, that piece is gone. Now, the district at the same time, if they've got to refurbish their roads or their stormwater, they could issue another layer of debt, but there's protections on there that usually prevent the CDD from issuing debt on top of existing debt, because those original bondholders don't want that. So the idea that they're going to put a bunch of other debt on there isn't always a thing. In fact, they're prohibited from doing that because of their bond covenants, okay? So that's the debt component. And then there's an operation maintenance component, which is basically what the HOA would have to do anyway. It's taking care of the grass, and those costs fluctuate every year like every operational budget.
Right. That was part of my, okay. Let's see. One of the things, so I understand that the sellers are required to disclose the CDD assessments to the buyer. I would hope that the buyer fully understands the implications of living in a CDD community, because there can be some long-term implications. So what type of information pertaining to a CDD is given to the buyer?
Yeah, so there's a lot of different things we can talk about in that regard. And what I would tell you too is obviously it's a pretty robust conversation we're having about all these advantages, and there's shortcomings sometimes too, and whatever, and we're talking about a lot of different things. But when a home buyer comes in to look at a property and they buy a house, what do they look at? They're going to look at the community, they're going to look at the house, and then they're going to look at their closing statement, right? And their closing statement is going to list all the HOA fees and CDD assessments and whatever else is on there. And then they can make a educated determination about what they're going to, buy into or not. They don't have to understand that the CD can get FEMA funding, that it can collect on the tax roll, that it has sovereign immunity protection and cheaper insurance, that it's more transparent. They don't have to understand all that, because the money that it's going to cost is right in the closing statement. If they don't like it because the cost is too high, the market, to the mayor's point, takes care of itself. They can walk across the street and buy into a non-CDD community any day of the week. But if the money makes sense and they like the community and they like the home, they're going to buy into it. So I forget who made the comment about how do we make sure that that the benefit transfers to the residents. The market takes care of that for you. So that's kind of the answer. And if it makes sense, they buy in. And if not, the developer and the CDD can lower that assessment amount, pay it off early or pay it down, or make that assessment fit for Alachua, make it fit for High Springs. So,
all righty. And my last question, this had just popped in my head while we were talking. The CDD, once this is established, this does not impact our impact fees that we receive.
Not at all. Not one bit. This is a capable HOA is what it is.
Okay. Thank y'all. Done.
So, Mr. Mayor, if I may go back through the history of the project, because there's been some questions about, now the CDD is just being presented, the amenities and that sort of thing. So I've been with the project from the very beginning. It took us two and a half years to get through just the entitlement process. We have always mentioned with that we were going to, with the intention of hopefully having a CDD. And the developer's agreement that was approved and read through, it has in there a paragraph about the developer may elect to go forward with the CDD, but of course has the city's approval. So the CDD thought process has always been there from the beginning. It hasn't just magically popped up. Why it may seem like it just popped up to folks is because we have to submit a petition to the city to have a resolution to create the CDD. So it may have seemed like it just came out of nowhere, but it was always there from the beginning. It just wasn't heavily talked about because we were working on density, traffic issues, utilities, that sort of thing. But it is in the approved developers agreement that the developer did acknowledge that there may be an intention to have a CDD. So the CDD's been there from day one. Now, as far as the amenities for the development being open to the public, one of your questions was how can the city or residents know that the saved money is going to go back into the development and not into the developer's pocket? The developer is not the one who applies for the bonds. The CDD applies for the bonds. So the developer isn't going out getting a cheap interest rate and keeping the money. It's the public entity that is doing that. And by rule and law, the CDD can only fund public infrastructure that serves the public at a whole. So there's been even discussions where a gated community is technically not public infrastructure because it's restricting the public in general from coming in and using those facilities, the roadways, pathways, sidewalks, etc. So talking Bridlewood specific, they can't prevent anybody from coming in and using the roadways, the sidewalks. There's going to be passive parks that they can enjoy. From the beginning, we have said that the pool and the amenity center may be restricted only to the residents of Bridlewood. The other parks that are open with pavilions, pathways, those are items that the CDD can legally fund because the community as a whole can enjoy them and use them. So those items will be there. So it's the CDD is the mechanism that it is a mechanism for the developer. It allows another avenue for funding of a project, but it's the government entity that applies for the bonds, not the developer himself. So he doesn't get any kickbacks. He doesn't pay the lower interest rate. It's the CDD that does. So with the history of it, we have to have parks within a half a mile of every resident in Bridlewood. So that's a lot of active green space that somebody has to take care of, but is also open to the public. So again, we're not here to talk about the amenity center, the density, areas like Disney, and that sort of thing. And yes, some HOAs do function very well, but that depends on the quality of the residents within that subdivision. Some of them may be hit with a hard time, can't pay their HOA fee. Over years, I lived in a HOA in the southwest side of Alachua. We had 2+ acres for every lot. It was a private road owned by the HOA. Over years, the houses kept selling and flipping, and the HOA had no money to do anything. The roads were failing, the subdivision and the stormwaters were overgrown. The homeowners actually had to go out themselves to patch roads and that sort of thing, because no one wanted to pay. The county didn't want to take over the road, so it just continued to deteriorate. With a CDD, that would have never happened. That money would have been set aside, would have been there to help take care of that. So again, we're talking about a lot of different things that we're just trying to discuss the CDD in general. There's a lot of things that have been discussed that are out of our control. This is something that's there. It's legal. There's no shadows or pulling wool over anybody's eyes to try to get something done. This is just a very at the end part of we need to decide who is going to take over the improvements. And yes, there are quite a few of improvements that you don't want a nice manicured yard and that sort of thing, but that doesn't mean the whole city has to look like that. Like what you mentioned earlier about downtown. Sod was getting back in, people are being more active. I would assume most residents want to see something like that. See people walking around paths, see, kids riding on sidewalks. Okay.
And two other points, just to pick up on comments that have already been made, and then I'll be quiet. One is, I can give you numerous examples of cities that are actively pursuing FEMA money. FEMA is not out of money, and cities are getting money. There's a lot of hurricanes that just went through Florida, and they're actively obtaining and seeking FEMA money. Part two is, there was mention of other states are shutting down districts. That's absolutely not the case. Utah just last year passed new legislation to create CDD statutes. The Texas mids and PUDs are booming. There's more districts in California and Colorado than ever before. Georgia's about to pass legislation next year. They'll create a similar statute. South Carolina has them. In fact, 87% of master planned communities in the United States have some form of special taxing district for the reasons that we're talking about. They're very effective. If you look at the top 50 master planned communities in the nation, 17 of those are actually in Florida, and all but like 3 or 4, I think the 2 Margaritavilles and 1 or 2 others, all of the rest of them are all CDDs. And the reason is because residents love them, and if you ever talk to any of our board chairs, they absolutely love them more than the HOAs that serve their communities. So.
May I say something?
Timmy, you want to go?
I have one last thing to address.
Yeah, have a good one.
Sir, you asked about how the buyers would know and what would be disclosed at closing. On every contract, there'd be a CDD, Community Development District writer, that would go on to every contract explaining everything about the CDD that they're about to buy into. So they have to read it, they have to sign it, they have to understand it. It'll also be gone over at closing by the title company. So in the events that they didn't understand it the first time that they read through it with their partner, when they're buying the house, it would be explained again. So I just want to clarify that they will have to know multiple times what they're signing, what they're buying into.
Can I ask a quick question about that in particular? Is Bridalwood of Arcadia affiliated or associated with this particular subdivision? So it's not owned by the same person, that's somebody else entirely?
It's owned by the same person, but not affiliated at all with Bridalwood of High Springs.
Is it a CDD?
It's an inactive.
It showed that it was active. That's why I went to the website just to try to learn more about how that was sold, how they were selling those properties, and I couldn't find anything on there that mentioned it was a CDD.
It's not built out.
Okay.
So there was, it's not built out. It's still pretty much raw land. So.
Okay.
No infrastructure's been put in, things of that nature.
Okay. So it's been an LLC for
a long time.
Long time, but okay. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask a question? My only question is it harder to sell these properties after, somebody comes in, they're ready to sell? Is it harder to sell those properties in the CDD?
One good example is Oakmont, and I would say that those houses turn over very quickly. This is not the same subdivision. This is not going to be anywhere near like over $1 million homes like there are in this neighborhood. But no, I don't think it prevents the buyer from making a decision or the seller when they go to sell, because they're buying into a community with amenities, with pool, with clubhouse, with nice things that they want to enjoy with their family. And it's about, the experience that you have living there. It's not just a neighborhood that you drive through and there's swales and there's no sidewalks and there's nothing considered for the actual environment that you're living in.
Can I ask a question about that? So you just said that about the different amenities. So this particular development, because Scott, you said earlier, if you oversell and underdeliver, that's what makes a CDD fail.
Right, that's a completely different issue. What happened with Celebration Point is they expanded too quickly on other people's. Right, but that's what they were referencing when they said that.
No,
and
Scott
so,
just said it in general for CDDs.
and I think someone else mentioned Celebration Point. I think
But
it was
I'm
you,
not
sir.
talking about Celebration Point right now.
Okay, well, we're not over expanding.
I mentioned the 200 plus that have failed Celebration Point.
That's not a true statement.
It's on, it's a university's website.
That doesn't mean it's a true statement.
Do you know how many CDDs have failed?
You all are saying that he just mentioned the form of government. He called it a democracy. It's not. They appoint 5 people to sit on the board.
They vote in 5 people,
A lot of it.
and they're held to the same Sunshine State regulations.
Most of the CDDs that have been established in the last 6 years, initially, and it says right in their documents that the board is appointed by the developer.
Correct.
And then eventually, at some point in time. Yes.
Right, but so is an HOA, and it's.
Within 90 days after the establishment of the district, they have an election.
Hold on. Did you get your question?
I really didn't, but I mean, I didn't even get to finish my questions because we started talking about something else.
Yes, if you can, go ahead and ask your question again, and I'll answer it for you.
Okay, so you said about selling then under delivering. So does most CDDs fail because they under deliver? Is that normally why they fail?
No, the reason why CDDs would fail is when you have a market situation like we did in 2008. The CDDs will only fail if they can't sell houses.
And they can't sell houses because the amenities don't line up with the price that they're charging for HOA and CDD fees, right?
Not necessarily, no.
But
because
that is one factor.
You could have a CDD that has no amenities.
But I'm asking, is that one factor of why they do fail?
They do fail because of the market conditions, not because of amenities or that sort of thing. Everybody can come in and you can view a subdivision, you like it, you buy in. But it's the rate that they sell homes or overextend themselves so that there's not the assessment fees that are repaying the bond. That's why a CDD fails. But then when the CDD fails, it's similar to a foreclosure, but a CDD can bounce back quicker from that standpoint. So through the history of CDDs, the recession is really the only time that we've had.
Okay, one second. Because you mentioned Celebration Point. So since you mentioned it, we'll go there. They failed because they don't really have that many amenities from their assessment, right?
No, but the difference too, though, with Celebration Point and a subdivision CDD is the commercial component. And a Celebration Point is multifamily and commercial. Those typically are not a sound system for a CDD. Subdivisions are really the mechanism. You can have commercial sprinkled in, you can have multifamily, but the sustainability is the subdivision style of a CDD. That's why I know some of the plan board members mentioned when they went to Bass Pro, there was a fee. Well, of course, just like every other business, they flipped the fee to the end user. But in residential that don't have commercial, that all the fees are taken care of by the landowners of the CDD.
And you all are not going to do fees for Bridlewood?
Well, the fees are part
for
of
the
the,
particular commercial?
they're, the
You're not
commercial.
doing any commercial in Bridlewood?
That's correct. The commercial is set
Because at
aside.
one point, didn't you all vote for a particular commercial area?
Yes, that commercial area is set aside for public services. So that public services is set aside for fire station, the school is up in the northeast corner, or police station.
Yeah, because I remember the school area and the police station,
Yes.
but I remember it saying something about a particular.
So
Y'all
we-
had some land that was just for. Angela, matter of fact, you don't have to tell me. Can you actually just email me those records of that meeting with them?
Yeah, so you're talking about the mixed-use component in the center. That part will most likely not be in the CDD, because the CDD boundary can be adjusted, cut however you want to make it.
Tim?
So, I'm not saying I'm for them, I'm saying against them, but from what I see on a regular basis, I have seen more HOAs fail in the past few years. I see one now that they can't get people to pay, so their fences are falling down. I dealt with a guy that lives in an HOA out in the county. They just had to come out of pocket, each resident, $3,900 because their stormwater ponds had too much sediment in them and the HOA couldn't cover it. With the cost of utilities, roads, if you put a new road in, you're $1 million a mile. There is no way, we can't do it with the tax money in this city. Our roads are crap. And we can't come out with it. And my concern is we've approved all these HOAs already, or these new developments. They're going to be all private. What is going to happen in 25 years when these roads are crap? It's going to bring the whole area down because the HOA, there may be 1% of HOAs in Alachua County that can pave their roads. Everybody else, they can't unless they go back and reassess. And the way I understand this is part of putting money away so they can do these repairs. They can keep up on the sediment and the stormwater ponds, because stormwater is part of a big environmental issue, and that needs to be up. It is the property owner's responsibility to keep them to standards from water management and city or county. I think there's still more research I want to do, but I have seen a lot of these CDDs going in, and if the community's all private, number one, it takes everything off the city liability-wise, and it's going to keep them communities nicer. And there's a lot of people that want to move to these communities. They can't build them fast enough in the villages. That's all CDD. I can't compare Reedy Creek and Celebration Point because that's commercial. Reedy Creek's its own thing because that's all one entity. But residential to residential, I see a lot of them going in, and I see it working. I mean, High Springs can't take no more burden of roads or infrastructure or anything else. We can't keep up with what we got. I mean, that's my 2 cents. I've got a lot of questions answered during this from everybody asking questions. But just a homeowner association I don't see can keep up with infrastructure. Cities, counties can't keep up with infrastructure with what we pay in taxes. And, you know, California, Texas, I don't know what they got going on. I'm worried about Florida. So that's where I'm at right now.
Yes, ma'am.
Appreciate everyone coming out. I'm going to get away from the money aspect for a moment. My questions are about authority, overlay, overreach. You know, if we have conflicts of what the city does, what's inside the neighborhood, what the CDD might say, where are the boundaries of layers of bureaucracy? And if there's a conflict between the city and the CDD of what needs to get done or in what portion, how are those resolved? Where are the boundaries of authority, or within, you know, how they interact with each entity between the city and between you?
So the district has a district boundary that's defined by a legal description. And the district is whatever, so you can have a mix in that where, say, utilities are still the city's responsibility, but roadways and stormwater are the CDD. So it's similar to the discussions between like a county and a city. But with the CDD knows, okay, everything within this boundary that we've identified, we have to own and maintain. So if through the process of the development, if it was agreed upon in the original setup of the development that the roads are the CDD, the utilities are the CDD, then the city knows that in that boundary, the CDD is responsible for it. Now, that doesn't mean the CDD could contract out. For example, they don't have employees to fix a water main. They could contract out with the city and say, please come fix this, and we pay you for it. But that boundary and the bylaws define it. So the city is, they can't overreach by rule into what the city can do for governing powers.
Yeah, and just to make a bullet point out of that, it's the same as any other community you already deal with, okay? The CDD basically acts as the developer of the public infrastructure and then acts as an operation maintenance entity, just like an HOA. So everything you guys already do, police, fire, utilities, you all will continue to do with this community. What the CDD does is it's basically going to install some infrastructure, but it still has to come to you guys to get permits. So all the zoning, all that stuff is still on you guys. And then it's going to turn into operation maintenance entity and take care of the roads and the stormwater and that. So it's basically the same as any other community.
And the other aspect, I know I know you didn't want to talk money, but the aspect that you, from your financial about the building department, all the vertical construction still has to go through city building department, be vetted through the building department. Permits are issued by the building department. The CDD has no control, no authority about that at all. They can't issue a permit for any sort of development.
And it's something that's very different than like Reedy Creek, which has a lot of different powers. It's not a CD.
Can I ask a pretty specific question, maybe one that has to do with Edgemore or Tillman Acres or High Springs Estates or Pinecrest? Once that infrastructure is in, the water lines, the wastewater lines, and our building official approves them, they now become our responsibility. That's the case in Edgemore. I mean, if a water line, if Edgemore or somewhere, Tillman Acres has an issue with a water line going down the street, the city has to fix that. The city would still have to fix that in Bridlewood.
Here's the thing.
Would the city have to fix it in Bridlewood?
It's up to you guys, right? So cities and counties, the stuff that you all want to take is the stuff that earns you money. So usually you'll take utility lines, right? But you typically won't take roads or stormwater ponds.
Which is the same for Edgemore. Edgemore maintains their own roads?
If you didn't want to take your utilities and you wanted the CDD to manage the utilities, you could tell the CDD to manage the utilities, but you guys always want that because it makes you money.
So what your agreement could be is whatever infrastructure the city wants to own and maintain within the CDD, you can do that.
Which is typically water, wastewater lines.
Exactly.
Correct.
Yeah.
Because
Right.
that's a revenue source for the
But
city.
roads, stormwaters typically are the responsibility of the private subdivision. Cinnamon Hills.
No. Roadways, typically anything within a public right-of-way is owned and maintained by that municipality, whether it's a county or a city. So like Alachua County, that's why they're placing that improvement district on top of new subdivisions, is because their responsibility is from that fictitious right-of-way line to right-of-way line. Anything in the middle, they have to take care of, but they know that they don't have the funds for it. So that's typically anything in the right-of-way goes to the city. So another example is, I know you guys aren't a fan of how Newberry's growing, but anything within a right-of-way in Newberry is the city of Newberry's responsibility. Now, the stormwater ponds are technically not. However, there's been some finger pointing with the road water coming in and causing issues. Who fixes that? So that's kind of the an example of your question. But so for, say, for example, Bridlewood, if the city wanted just the utilities, the stormwater, the roadways, common area, the stormwater ponds would all be taken care of by the CDD. The city would then just be responsible for utilities, which the most utility that typically breaks is the water lines, not the sewer. So you don't really have to worry about taking care of the roads at that point. But then also they bring you in funds with one, impact fees, and then two, with the continual usage that the residents provide.
We approved Bridlewood. We approved all the roads, everything was private, but city was taking water, wastewater.
That's what I remember as well.
Yes.
Yes.
That is,
And
that
I
is
see
correct.
that a lot around
Pretty
the
typical.
county. That's
Yeah.
pretty typical, yeah.
But it depends on the municipality.
Correct, yeah, it's all up to the municipality, but it's, yes.
And that agreement was independent of HOA, CDD or
Correct,
not?
it didn't
That's
matter,
it?
yes.
Okay.
Well, yeah.
You want to speak? Yeah, he's been talking. Love it.
Thank you. I really appreciate all this discussion, so thanks. I do have a few questions, just I guess for clarification. So it seems that with the CDD, people would be paying a property tax, the bond, which is fixed, so that could be anywhere from an additional $2,000 to $5,000 a year on top of the property tax. The maintenance fee, which is not fixed, and that's flexible, in addition to an HOA fee. Is that correct?
Possibly. Well, yeah.
But for the Bridlewood.
Yeah, so again, we're not here to talk about Bridlewood, but I would tell you that $2,000 to $5,000 is way over exaggerated. In a market like this, it's probably $25 a front foot, which is about $1,250 a year. 10 years from now, what's $1,250? 20 years from now, what's $1,250? It's nothing. And whether you have a CD or an HOA, somebody's got to take care of your stuff, which is your operation costs. And of course, that varies from year to year.
So then does it go up? So if you buy in and the infrastructure is not there, like the pool, the parks, will that go up in time, or does that stay fixed? I mean, I know the maintenance will go up.
As, you know, as the community progresses and you add more infrastructure, you'll get to your build-out budget. So you pay whatever the, you know, once it's built, somebody's got to pay for it. So that operation cost, but that would be the case with an HOA too.
Well, right, but that's on top of, I'm just trying to understand,
Either
so.
HOA or CD is gonna have to pay your operations expense. The different fee is the debt assessment, the $1,250 I'm talking about, the $25 a front foot. And again, that goes away over time and also diminishes due to inflation.
Right, it goes, but you said about 30 years, right? 30-year bond?
Correct, yeah.
Or you can pay it all up front.
Or you pay it all
But
up
nobody
front.
does because the rates are so good and you can pass it on to your next home buyer, so nobody pays this fall. You can, but.
Right, so I was just trying to understand all of the tax burden on the homeowner with all of this.
Yeah, that's
So-
basically it, is the $25 a front foot or whatever the number ends up being.
But that depends on how much bond is taken out, correct?
It does, yeah, it's very market driven.
Okay, so, thank you.
So can I get clarification just on those numbers? I'm sorry. You said $25 a front foot. Does that mean $25 per linear foot of the 70-foot lot? Is that what you're talking about?
I don't want to get out too far ahead of what the numbers are. Again, we're not here to talk about Bridlewood, but what I'm talking about is a CDD and Alachua. The market numbers are around $25 a front foot. They may be $30 a front foot or somewhere in that range. And they're typically done on a front footage basis.
Okay.
They're not always done that way. Some people do it per lot, pays the same. It just depends on how the methodology is.
And is that the assessment for the fixed bond?
Correct, yes ma'am.
So for the fixed bond for a 70-foot lot, we're looking at $52,000 over the life of the 30-year mortgage.
That will not be a thing, no. It's going
Okay.
to be, in principal now, it'll be about 15 to 17.5.
I've got $1,750 for a
Yeah.
70-foot lot, times 30 years at
Yeah,
$52,000.
The principal amount would be 15,000. Like if you were going to do the payoff on day one, which I don't know why you would, but it would be $15,000 to $17,000, somewhere in that range. And the annual assessment would be around $1,250 or $1,300, something like that.
Okay, I was just going
Could be higher, but
the 25 feet.
Probably is lower than that.
Okay, and that's just for the fixed bond. That's not the maintenance fee or HOA fees, any other stuff?
That's correct.
Okay.
But bear in mind, the operation costs are going to be very similar whether you have an HOA or CD.
Okay.
Sir?
Yeah.
And then I'll get to you, ma'am.
Actually, she had some good points. Did you want to follow up? Because I think they.
Everybody's got it.
Brian Bisher, High Springs. Cinnamon Hills, even. Yeah. So, gated community where the gate doesn't work, and homeowners association where the citizens like to decrease the dues, not realizing that roads are expensive to actually rehabilitate. Roads take about 10 times the cost to rehabilitate as they do to maintain. And that's just a pretty conservative figure. The problem is that with the CDD, you end up with the same situation, only it's kicked 15 years down the road. You end up with citizens that are on the board, and they don't understand really the costs that are involved, whereas a municipality understands the cost involved because they deal with it every day. How do I know this? Am I just making some wild assumption? I've actually served on a board of a CSD in California for 21 years. And it was a constant fight with the citizens. I'm one of the citizens. I'm paying the fees, right? And it's like, no, we actually need to increase the fees if we're going to maintain the roads, or it's going to cost us 10 times the amount, right? And you can have workshops, you can have all kinds of town halls. 55% of the people will not understand it. 55% of the people within the CDD will not understand the difference between their CDD and their HOA. They just won't, right? They'll go to the HOA for CDD problems. People with CDD problems will come to the city of High Springs and say, you need to fix our roads, right? And you have to constantly refer them back to their CDD. Yes, it's disclosed, right? But it's disclosed in the 45 other pages that people are signing at the time of closure. And honestly, do they really read every single page? Probably not. So $17,000, 1,400 units. I didn't do the math in my head on that, and I tried to do the calculator, but came up with a lot of numbers. Does anybody have a number for me on that? 17,000 times 1,400?
That's a lot.
It's a lot.
That's a big number.
230 million. What's that?
23.8 million.
23.8 million for how many miles of roads?
I don't know.
Yeah, we don't know. All right, got it. So there's a lot to do in considering the CDD in terms of going back to the development agreement, comparing it to what is going to be proposed by the CDD, right? I think it's a great idea if you're going to have, if you end up going down this road to keep the water and the sewer, that only makes sense. So just reiterating, yeah, people within the CDD, they're going to have to vote to refund the maintenance. And when I say refund, I don't mean give it back. I mean fund it again, right? And that's going to be 25 years down the road or 30 years down the road. And typically they aren't going to have it be enough. The CDD is an advantage to the developer, for sure, right? It allows them to get the project in quicker, right? That's really what the mechanism is for, as Rick mentioned, right? The mechanism is to get the development in quicker. The developer doesn't have to come up as much in terms of upfront costs, right? They don't have to come out of their pocket for it, so it makes it easier for them to make that development. It makes it more economical. I think this lady's comment, right, maybe perhaps was misunderstood by the folks here representing the CDD, because I think that they're not going to be passing the cost on to the buyer, right? What they'll do is they'll sell the houses at market price, and market price is going to be compared to properties that don't have the CDD, right? So what they're doing is they're pushing the cost onto the buyer, right, of the infrastructure, right? And they're reaping the rewards of the value of the price that they're selling it for. So there is that difference there. There's a huge advantage for the city in terms of kicking the liability over to somebody else, right? Roads are expensive to maintain, right? I mean, and CID, what was that, the county fee, right? I guarantee you that's not going to be enough, right? We're chasing the ball. We're chasing the ball all the time related to development, and we're way behind, right? Because all the developments that are being approved within Alachua County, Alachua County can't keep up with the infrastructure. The municipalities can't keep up with the infrastructure. It's impossible, right? And you think, well, we're only talking about this CDD and its part. Well, does having them fund it themselves slow it down? You know, so that it actually is more sustainable development, as opposed to, boom, let's put it all into place at once. That's what we have to weigh. Traffic on 441, I'll just address that. It's rated on the City of Alachua's future land use map as an F, right near I-75, right? And you talk to the City of Alachua, and they say, yeah, the problem is not the City of Alachua. The problem is all these other people that are coming through the City of Alachua. Well, all the development in High Springs is going to be going through the City of Alachua. So they don't have a plan to improve that interchange. They don't have a plan on how to fund the improvement of that interchange. So, I don't know. It's a hard decision. I pity you. I envy you. I pity you. It's a tough deal. So, I don't know if that helps. I'm available for questions.
And if I could just clarify one point, I think the gentleman was talking about putting all the infrastructure in at once. That's not a thing. The bond market sort of takes care of that. These are typically done in phases. So you might do the first 200 units, do a bond for that area. Once that's developed, then you move on to the next one, do a bond for the second 200-300 units. The bond market prior to the Great Recession was different than it is now. And one of the lessons was you do it in smaller bites. And so I don't think that's a concern in terms of doing all the infrastructure at one time or having a giant bond out there at one time.
Okay. Ma'am?
I have a couple comments, but I'll just mention one. You, sir, misrepresented my words, and I don't appreciate it. I never said the developer was going to pocket the money. I said there was no way of guaranteeing that the money he would save on borrowing money at a lower interest was going to be put back into the project, and I don't appreciate that. And it's on the record.
All right. Well, I think I have more research to do.
If I could, again.
Why not?
I'm not affiliated with the project, and I'm not part of the development team. All of my supervisors are sworn into office the same way that you are. They are elected public officials. I'm the one that swears them in, and then we provide the oath of office to the Secretary of State. So they all have sworn to the same oath of office certificate as does the council or any other elected official in the state. We have 6 clients. They're all resident controlled. If it would benefit you to hear from some of my resident board members who in 90% of the cases are debt-free. These are people that are 20 or 30 years down the road into a community where the CDD is now debt-free, has excellent credit ratings, and I would submit to you that the residents, if you can look out far enough on the horizon, they would tell you this has been a very beneficial thing for them. And if we could either avail them to you, just to hear from people who are living it every day and who are residents there. The only case where we still have debt is because we refinance their bonds at lower rates, and it's only for a small series or segment, the final phase of one particular community. But they, again, I think they would tell you that it's as a mechanism to deliver and then own and operate a community, they would tell you it's been extremely beneficial.
I would actually like a list of people. If we can we get his information and maybe?
I'd be happy to provide them to the
Just somebody who
city
wanted to
manager.
talk and
These
if
are
they don't
people
mind.
like yourselves
Yeah.
and they get a lousy $200 per month for a meeting by law. And I'll make that available to you. I think it might be good for you to hear from them.
That'd be fantastic. Yeah.
Is it a way with that list we can get non-members? Can we get some of just the residents that's out there as well?
Yeah, be happy to. And just as a guy who's been going to meetings like this for 45 years, as a group, you're all very good listeners. And there doesn't appear to be any personal animosity amongst the board. And I'm just telling you that is very unusual for people who do
We kinda like each
what
other.
Jeremy and I do. So it's been a pleasure to have been with you this evening. Thank you very much.
Can you say that again, that I listen good? My wife would completely disagree.
She should be listening to the meeting right
She
now,
is,
right?
actually.
Yes,
She's
there you
watching,
go.
baby, I swear.
She got it.
He said I listen good.
So, yeah, and sorry if I sounded like it was going to go all in at once. You know, I understand that it is phased in, a project of this. It does allow it to go in at a higher rate, though. One question I had, and I forgot to ask, and bear with me, I realize it's super late. You guys mentioned something about a multi-use portion that was reallocated to public use for school, firehouse, police. Who governs that?
Yeah, it's outside of the CD boundary, I think is what Chris, go ahead.
But it's a donut hole within,
No, it's on, so
or it's on the edge of.
it's on, so the school is up in the northeast corner of the property, and then the fire station and police station's up on the northwest.
On the boundary.
On the boundary, so that it could get access to 41 and serve
I
the community.
must have misunderstood. I thought you said donut hole, so, yeah. I dealt with donut holes.
I'm a little scared to ask, but do we have any other comments or questions? I'll take a motion to adjourn.